Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean,
You don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back to the Dallas Karting Complex, and welcome to racing action here for the final weekend of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Championship weekend, with clouds, with weather just looming in the area. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth this weekend, Jackson Lambros. A pleasure for you to join us, and it's time to go racing. The long-awaited weekend here in the state of Texas, in the region, the southern region, is here. And it's time to kick off one of the weekends that defines 2025 here in the state of Texas. For the Micro Swift class presented by Gallery Furniture, their championship wrapped up. But again, that doesn't mean we can have a new winner in the class. Tyler Blackwood already with a win, with the likes of Dusty Strayer, Shep Sullivan, local here to the Dallas Karting Complex, looking for his first win in his young career. We'll see how it all plays out here. Your starting lineup with Tyler Blackwood and Dusty Strayer on that front row. Shep Sullivan, Cairo Ahmad on row number 2. Hayden Sampson and Sebastian Kim on row number 3, with White and Bodie Byer on row number 4. Landry Donahue and Brody Brown should be on row number 5. Only 9 drivers total getting set to get the green flag, with Christopher Arms as well, not present here in this one. But we get ready to go racing. Blackwood, Strayer, your front row, the first one of the weekend. And heat race number 1 out of the tram lines for Strayer a little bit too soon. But green flag in the air, and we're racing in Micro Swift, side by side for the back of the field. But up front, Tyler Blackwood with a good and easy start.
Sully trying a crossover there on the 202 of Strayer in the opening. Hairpin goes deep again, trying to work the inside, and will now tuck in. Early breakaway though for Blackwood, as very quickly we're getting to a 4 or 5 cart freight train here. Exactly what Blackwood wants to see here. Again, championship already locked up here. Blackwood still wants to end on the highest of notes and walk away with a win. He goes a little bit wide there. That'll give an opportunity for Strayer to close that gap.
And here we go, last turnaround. The start-finish line will be here in that line that we see there on your screen. So First lap under full song for everybody as they work their way by. Strayer second to Shep Sullivan, to Cairo Ahmad, back to Sebastian Kim and Bodie Beyer, who this weekend just found out during the lunch break actually broke his leg playing football and is racing out here with us this weekend. And says it doesn't hurt much while he's driving, doesn't hurt at all, which is why he's doing it. But again, wanted to take part here in the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So good to have him here with us, and good to see he's in good spirits, walking around with the boot whenever he doesn't have the racing boot on. So good to see Bodie out here with us nonetheless. But we're getting closer for the battle for second here, Jackson.
Important to clarify, that's the left foot for Strayer. So the brake foot that has been slightly...
It was the right, I think.
Was it? It might have been. Regardless, not an issue for him because still half a second back from Blackwood. And leading this four-kart breakaway here with Shep Sullivan and Ahmad right there with him. And again, this is kind of the environment we were expecting earlier on. Here's a pass further back as
Aiden Sampson, there you go.
Tries to get the move on O'Donoghue.
On White, that is.
Excuse me, yes, White actually dropping back a couple of spots. It looks like, yeah, he'll drop to 8th. Sampson up into P7. Those two, good opportunity to maybe work together here and get to Kim and Beyer just a little bit further up the road. Things starting to come out, though, as Ahmad tries to get to work here on Shep Sullivan.
Yeah, there you go, Ahmad. Looked like you wanted to have a go there in one of the hairpins. And again, that door just closed. And really, that's one of the biggest factors as well here this weekend, right? If you want to make a move, you have to send it into that corner. And it's a matter of, setting it up. It takes a little bit to get there, right? To build up the pace, the speed, and as well the comfort, especially for a young driver like Cairo in his first start against, this many drivers. He has to find that comfortability to make a pass. Bodie Beyer looked for one in a turn number 1 on Sebastian Kim, and that door just shut closed. But again, that GRC driver out of Waco, Texas, still looking for one, getting closer to Kim in the 220. Separated by about a car length here, Jackson. Just can't find it yet. But again, you really, if you're gonna go, you gotta send one from a little bit far back. And again, making sure it's a clean send where you're not hurting your opponent either.
Starting to see Kim just break a little bit under pressure, crack under pressure, shall we say. Big dose of oversteer coming out of turn number 4. And again, same double up battle here as good run for Ahmad. We'll try the inside of Shep Sullivan here coming into the final handful of corners. Clean move there from Ahmad up into P3.
There you go, and that's exactly right. You'll see a lot of that this weekend. On the exit of turn number 9, that hairpin, if you bobble even a little bit, that'll give a driver to really try and set up that over-under. You saw just that out of Cairo Ahmad there, right? Able to get that nose on the inside, and Shep Sullivan, again, can't move on that straightaway, can't do anything else besides let him through there in turn number 10 and get back on it, right? Try and recollect himself to try and find that pace out of it. But this time around for Bodie Beyer, Sebastian Kim, that change just happened there. And again, Beyer had a significant run out of turn number 12 when they got the run into turn number 1. Finally able to get himself clear. So that's into the top 5 for Bodie as now it swings the other way, right? For Sullivan and for Ahmad. It's like Sullivan able to get a better exit there. And again, Dusty Strayer just a little bit ways up the road. So game of margins here, right? Game of inches for all these drivers corner to corner.
So Blackwood and Strayer kind of working their way into their own kind of archipelago right now. Beyer and Kim continue to go back and forth here. And Ahmad and Sullivan, everybody kind of finding dance partners at this phase in the race. Just about 60 seconds to go in our first heat of the day. The Micro Swifts brought to you by Gallery Furniture. And we continue to watch this battle for the bottom step of the podium as Shep Sullivan tries to take that 3rd spot back from Ahmad. He's done a very good job so far of keeping up, but Ahmad finally starting to put a gap on him.
Yeah, even though this championship is already wrapped up, a lot of these drivers can really move up and down the order, right? We talked about Blackwood, we talked about Sullivan looking to kind of get themselves a little bit better. And again, that all depends on prizes as well that they can win depending on the position. As it stands, it should be good for Shep, actually, who's finished on the podium every single race outside of NOLA, which was the second to last round that we had. So again, the last time out about a month ago. So for Shep, just looking for a little bit of more speed compared to what Blackwood, Strayer, and Ahmad have shown. And And again, you start to see Cairo, right, open up that gap a little bit. There could be a huge wrench thrown at things later on in the day. And again, you see it on that camera angle there, right? As soon as they get into turn number 1, 2, and 3, super dark, you know, in the background. But for this kid up front, hasn't looked back. Tyler has had a good drive up to this point to get here. And again, this could be a weekend where it's been quite some time. Last time he was able to win was out at Speed Sports Racing Park, was able to win a couple of heat races in Amarillo. Ever since, hasn't tasted victory. But this time around, 2 laps to go for Tyler Blackwood on the Bennick machine out of Odessa, Texas, able to pull away from the rest of the field.
You got to imagine this is maybe some frustration for Strayer further back in the 202, who's stuck in P2 for the time being, 2.5 seconds back. And you got to imagine what maybe the move is once they get that cart back to the tent. Do you make changes? Do you try making some adjustment behind the driving style? What isn't working for him to potentially close that gap? Because we've got a ton of battles further back as well here, looking at not Shep Sullivan, this is further back. Kim, Sampson, White, and Donahue, 6th all the way back to 8th right now, jostling for positions. That is Amon and Sullivan just going out of the left-hand side of your picture. But here comes Blackwood.
Tyler Blackwood, white flag in the air this time by for the 228. And he gets it. Strayer next. And again, one of the biggest things that I'm, you know, keeping an eye on here, you talk about fastest lap for these drivers, right? It's currently a 50.611 for Blackwood. That was earlier on when they did their fast lap, but for Blackwood, his fastest lap of the race has been at 54.329. That's his 3-lap average. So it's just been that little bit better than Dusty Strayer's, you know, this time around at 54.746. That's a 3-lap average for Dusty Strayer. So it's just showing, right, on the speed ranking, overall consistency, Blackwood's been just that step above than everybody else. And that's the biggest thing for young classes as well, right? Whenever you're learning, whenever you're getting into the seat, it's consistency. That's what's key in a race. You can go fast over 1 lap, but 3, 4, putting it all together throughout a whole race distance, being within that 10th, 2/10, that's what's important. Blackwood's done just that here to start off the weekend in heat race number 1. Across the final corner, Tyler Blackwood, first winner on the weekend in heat racing action. He takes away heat number 1 in Micro Swift.
Strayer home in 2nd. Ahmad able to steal heat 3 from Shep Sullivan. This battle further back will just barely end with Sampson in front of White. Close margins in the mid-pack, but early scary consistency for Tyler Blackwood out in front. We'll stick with the Cadet chassis. We'll bump a little bit more power here as we get ready for the Micro Swifts.
And I think that's actually going to be brought to a pause here in a couple of moments. Looks like there might be lightning in the area. So that could put us at a 30-minute time window, which is ultimately going to have us racing well into the night. And you do see it in the background, just very, very dark clouds in the background. We'll wait for official confirmation on what exactly the afternoon will look like for us. At the moment, we'll take advantage of this moment to step aside. When we come back, more racing action gets to come your way with Mini Swift coming up next. Again, I am getting confirmation now. There will be a quick weather delay. That should put us at about 30 minutes. Allow some of this weather to roll on through. And you see the hardworking Texas Sprint Racing Series crew start to work their way in and take shelter. For those of you in the paddock as well, recommend make sure you take some shelter, strap everything down. Looks like there is some weather coming up. For those of you at home, you have a weather delay coming our way, but we'll be back with more information whenever we get it.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars. Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
All right, Jake, this is actually interesting because you and Billy have been hard at work over in Arizona. This is a new factory kart. The original, the very first, two-cycle kart that you guys made, came up with is standing over there. But just talk about some of the differences, right, that we're seeing in this 2025 chassis that you and Billy have worked on.
I will say one thing, it's a completely different go-kart. We worked really hard over some iterations of, the first generation that we started with. And, you know, we wanted to try something a little bit different. We were wanting to find a little bit more out of the kart, especially when the grip came up. So we went to the drawing board and did something completely different. It's all different tubing size, a little bit different geometry, different chromoly metals. The whole 9 yards is different. A lot of things we focused on too is, you know, this is our full production kart. So we looked at all the knickknacks and made it look professional, you know, just from adjusting stuff and made it look pretty in a way. You know, the old kart was, let's get the thing on track. It's not going to look the prettiest, but just, you know, get it done, keep changing stuff. And, you know, I would say the guys back at home, Justin and Billy, they've done a phenomenal job making these karts. Just from the powder coat being chrome red and fit and finish, and it's a beautiful kart. So I'm really impressed with it.
Yeah, and take a look at this real quick here as well. This is, you know, the I guess first iteration that we're seeing of the factory karts that have been painted. You have this one here with the red powder coat, and then the original that's sitting over there, just bare frame, bare tubes, right? So it's really cool to see you guys and the development that you guys have done. But I'm also curious to ask you a little bit about this weekend, Jake. You talk about DKC, you raced here, and we were just talking about it, right? 10 years ago, you were here for the U.S. Open. 10 years down the line, you started your own, you know, program. How have those 10 years been for you, right, progressing through the sport?
You know, it's really cool. You know, I've, you know, some people that do know me, I did it for a living. You know, I traveled all over, and I was full karting. DKC was my home. You know, right out of high school, this is where I lived. I was here every day, driving, working, creating a living, really. So it's always fun to come back here because it was, you know, my second home away from home. So it's pretty cool. You know, Mike and everybody here has done a really good job at the track, and I think it'll be a fun weekend.
And you were pretty fast last year. So, again, how have you been feeling? How did yesterday treat you?
Yeah, yesterday was really good. You know, we obviously started what we learned in Phoenix, just base stock. This track's a little bit unique. You know, it's a little bit lower grip, whatever. It's really good for testing. And I think towards the end of the day, we changed a few things on the kart, and I think we found some really, really good speed in the dry. So doing my rain dance, though, you know, I love the rain, so I'm excited about that. But I think we're sitting really good. I'm really impressed with it.
Sounds good. Well, thank you, Jake, and best of luck this weekend.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Great to hear from Jake French there on the new improvements they've done to the factory kart chassis. Really cool getting to talk with him as well, spending a weekend out here with his dad. Don't see him out on the karting paddock all too much. Super busy over on the IndyCar side of things, working on Lundgaard's car. So super cool to see that. But again, you see it in the background here. We are going to be in pretty big, I think, significant weather delay here, Jackson. Again, we were scheduled to go back green at 1 p.m. That clock will reset to another 30 minutes. So, again, you just saw lightning there in the background. At least we did. But this is a very, very windy Dallas karting complex. You see Brittany Lowball, Robert Venable, Darren McDonough, just talking about it all, right? Making sure that it's safe enough for all of our drivers, all the customers here to go back racing. So whenever we get more information, we'll give it to you. But again, enjoy the sights and sounds of the Dallas karting complex. We're still under weather delay.
Time to go racing once again. Our mini Swifts getting ready to hit the racetrack after just a little short weather delay. Put a pause in the action. Get the AR Racing Academy mini Swifts get ready to hit the racetrack. They're all led by rookie Brody Stoffel, who starts on the pole position alongside Alex Chandler. Colton Schniegenberg gets set to start on row number 2 alongside Aston Wyatt.
Tanner Barsh further back alongside Tyler Molwijk. Kimo Ahmed alongside Clayton Stiles. Mace Leschik and Benson Hanberg rounding out your top 10. Looking further back,
Jensen Willander and Jack Cowell on row number 6. Adrian Vargas and Jaden Jolivet on row number 7. Silas Root, Benton Hale on row number 8. Back to Gavin LaGrappe. They're starting 17th alongside Nayeli Vargas, Marshall Steves, and Yomi Vargas on row number 10. 20 starters getting set to take the green flag here in Mini Swift Heat Race number 1. As Stoffel and Alex Chandler get ready to set this field to green. And then again, the formation cone and the that's actually the commitment cone there, so no scrubbing tires past that cone as they work their way through. And again, this will be only the second heat race that we've had so far today, as one driver as well gets ready to join them at the back of the pack. That being said, you hear the noises from the rental carts in the background, right? Keeping us on our toes, but we get ready to go racing. Stoffel, hand in the air. Green flag in the air this time. We're racing in Mini Swift, and it's a good start for the inside line. It's a good start for Stoffel and Schniegenberg up front. Barsh stuck on the outside. Going to turn on the inside here shortly. Looking to get through for 5th. For 4th, he's clear side by side further back in the field.
Great start for Schniegenberg, who has already, I believe, taken the lead away from Brody Stoffel here into turn 2, as Alex Chandler now tries to fend off Stoffel. Thought about giving him the Uno reverse card there, working through the back section of the racetrack, but we'll stay single file as we work further back. Here comes Schniegenberg now, as he leads us all through the second hairpin. Ashton Wyatt tries to get back to this pack.
Work our way through here now. First half a lap, first lap in the books, and Schniegenberg quickly taking control of it all over Stoffel. Wyatt, Barsh, your top 4. Wyatt actually backed down in 5th, as Chandler now not wasting any time through for 2nd into turn number 1. Able to get by on Brody Stoffel, and now Schniegenberg to the bottom of the racetrack, starting to defend. Feeling like he's under pressure, yellow flag. As one driver's off further back, but already Schniegenberg falling under fire here to Alex Chandler. There's that red speed that was off the racetrack. But Schniegenberg already, again, pressure being applied out of Chandler, and everybody else stacked up as bumper to bumper. Ahmad sends Wyatt into the back of Barsh, and Barsh able to get through on Stoffel, who's going to lose more in the process. Lasek able to get through as well, and now Stoffel getting mugged in that corner there as the 125 around again.
That's Gavin LaGrappe around, and that's big-time losses for Brody Stoffel, who now drops from the lead in 1 lap immediately back to 7th. Now Chandler tries to put the pressure, a little bit of a peek to the inside there for Schniegenberg. Through turn 3, will set up an over-under. That would open the door for Barsh, but he's too busy now defending from Aston Wyatt and Kimo Ahmed. Feels like the first time now we haven't seen a look there into the second of the hairpins. Another bit of a peek there from Alex Chandler, but not able to get there just yet. Big pressure further back here from Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, here we go. Wyatt, I think he's going to be content really to work with Barsh this stage of the race here, Jackson. And again, I get proven wrong, right? As quickly as that. Turn number 8, Aston Wyatt wasting no time on Barsh, gets through, and again, they are closing down that gap just bit by bit with Barsh and Wyatt. Looks like they have just that little bit of better speed than Chandler and Schniegenberg. And for the top 2 at this point, right, as soon as that move happens, if and when it does, you know, that gap's going to close down very, very quickly here, as Chandler just content to follow with Schniegenberg there, and the biggest learning curve as well throughout the field, right? Stoffel hasn't been, you know, challenged like this in Microsoft yet this year, and now he's finally put on the back foot, having to work for moves, having to work for positions, right? And again, starting on the pole position, he's going to get it again in Heat 2, going to get it again in Heat 3, but just that learning process, learning curve here in Heat Race number 1 that he's adjusting to with many Swift drivers. And again, a lot of these kids are on their way out. They're getting ready to go to junior, like Aston Wyatt, second to last race here in the cadet ranks. Chandler thought about a move there. Turn number 8, not going to be enough yet in that half move. Going to lose him just that time. And Aston Wyatt takes advantage through for second.
Looks like there was some sign language there from Chandler to Wyatt saying, hey, no, I've got the pace here, but Wyatt wanted to waste no time and get to the point. It's been a trial by fire further back for Brody Stoffel as he continues to try and make a move. He's already cleared Mace Lezdrick for P6. He's already found his CRG teammate just in between in the form of Tanner Barsh's. Now Kimo Ahmed's trying to work through.
And he gets clear. Kimo Ahmad, what an over-under on the exit of turn number 1. Out of 2 and able to get the inside into 3. So Kimo Ahmad set that up perfectly into turn number 4, able to get clear and through for 4th as well. The biggest thing here, though, for Tanner Barsh, right, we talk about championship. His main contender, Schniegenberg's in the lead of this race. For Barsh, finds himself 5th, and again, with rain looming in the air, I see some raindrops on our window here, Jackson. So, you know, we're on the opposite side of the track, but I think that might be, you know, those raindrops are definitely on the visors here for these drivers.
Only a light drizzle for now, but we know that this weather is more than likely to keep laying down on us, so we'll see if we reach that crossover point. It looked really optimistic in the morning. We thought we were maybe not going to have to worry about this weather, but obviously with the delay and now with these very gloomy skies above us, it's more than likely that we're going to get to that crossover point. The question is, when will we reach the end of Heat 1? Will the Mini Swifts make it to Heat 2 or even Heat 3 without switching over to tires? The track could be wet and then fully dry by the point they get back out. We'll just have to wait and see. And what we're really trying to see right now is how far forward Brody Stoffel is going. All of a sudden, Tanner Barsh getting thrown to the wolves there in the 151. Ahmad's cleared him, and now this whole freight train is being led by another CRG.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh right there. Moraviet's right behind him in 7th to Styles. So this group is all stacked up, and there you see the change, right? So just backwards for Barsh, which is really not what he needs. And we haven't seen him finish anywhere. I mean, outside of 1st, 2nd, throughout heat races throughout the weekend, and you know, unprecedented 3 in a row here in Mini Swift in 2025 on main events. Finally looking to stop the bleeding as he sends it in turn number 4 on Ahmad, able to get clear, and Ahmad looks to stop the bleeding with Moravietz looking on the outside now. Going to get stuck there, and Styles going to get the both of them with an over-under move in turn 5.
Good move there as that will continue. But you look, and it's really been Tanner Barsh being a part of this 3-car pack out in front of vast majority of the season with Ashton Wyatt and Schniegenberg. The only issue is, again, he's got a whole freight train of cars separating them, and even if he does clear him, he's going to need some help, someone on his bumper to try and get to the front. Twin sticks are out, and we're looking at our window here overlooking the main straightaway. It is actually really starting to come down here.
Yeah, it's starting to pour, and the action's starting to pick up here further up in the field. You see that wind picking up as well, but at the front, Aston Wyatt able to take the lead away from Schniegenberg, and Chandler as well able to take 2nd away when they worked their way by. 2 laps to go, so 2.6 were in the air last time around. So for your top 3, this is, I think, the best really that we've seen Aston Wyatt in 2025 here at TSRS in Mini Swift action. Been a while since he's been on the top side of the podium here in the state of Texas. Same can be said about Chandler and for Schniegenberg as well. We'll see how it all plays out here, though, with 2 laps to go left in heat race number 1. And again, you talk about weather. Another just row of clouds works its way over the racetrack here, so it's gonna get hairy here. Last lap, white flag in the air. Aston Wyatt for the AR Academy leads them away. As here we go, fight for the lead. Alex Chandler now looking to challenge on Aston Wyatt. Schniegenberg in 3rd. 1, 2, 3, and that pack further back as well gets a lot closer. Barsh the one who's holding them all up. Wyatt now looking to hold on for the heat race victory. As Chandler looking on the inside, and Wyatt just able to hold on to it. Over under, Schniegenberg has the inside. I'm not sure it's going to be a good enough run.
but through for the checkered flag. Aston Wyatt wins heat race number 1 in Minisov with Chandler and Schniegenberg, your top 3. The rest of the pack works its way through. Ahmad gets through Styles, Moraviec, and Barsh, only 8th at the end of that race.
Great recovery drive for Brody Stoffel. We saw him drop all the way back to P8. Not the result he wanted to start his heat racing here in the promotion, but still a great recovery drive nonetheless. Kimo Ahmed in 5th with Styles, Morawek, Barsh, Klesjek, and Handberg rounding out your top 10.
One driver struggling to get fired off here as we get ready to go. Chris Jennings, the 44, issues to get out of the grid. That being said, though, we get ready to go racing as Aiden Rudolph gets set to lead them to the green flag. And again, they're still waiting for one driver to get picked up here. So they can roll them through to the pits. But John Paul Melcory getting set to start on row number 1 with Jordan Musser, Noah Zars, Derek Proctor, and Chris Jennings. Your field here in shifter.
So again, very dominant season. We were talking about it this morning that Aiden Rudolph has put together. But again, you've got a seasoned veteran further back in the form of Jordan Musser. You've still had a very warm, cold season, but things have started. It's been a warm morning, shall we say, for Melchiori there in the 60. So again, Aiden, one of the best in Texas when it comes to mowing gears in these karts, but still some top guys in the business, not too far back.
Yeah, they will get started in the normal starting spots here at the Dallas Karting Complex as Rudolph, JP, Melcory get ready to start on row number 1. Jordan Musser, Noah Zars, Derek Proctor, and Chris Jennings going to round up your field here. And again, just looking out of the window here, you see all the dirt getting kicked on the track just on the wayside there, but we get ready to go racing here. Rudolph, Melcory, and it's time to go underway. Quite a bit of tape there on the radiator of Rudolph, and it looks like that flap for Melcory all the way closed up, but we look for the green. We got it. Hole shot for John Paul Melcory. JP to lead of the race with Rudolph to second. Noah Zars able to get through on Jordan Musser, who rounds up your top 4.
Chris Jennings trying to make a move on Derek Parker, and that magic machine will now get it further back as here comes Noah Zars with an attempt around the outside there, trying to clear. Musser is just able to get that move done with the crossover, but still continued pressure there as Rudolph continues to put the pressure on Melcory.
Yeah, they're working their way through now, and Musser still and just knocking on the door on the rear bumper there of Noah Zars as Rudolph starts to close in on Melcory this time around. It looks like he was pushing that first lap, and I think he's going to let it just ease into it as he has a check over the shoulder. Nothing yet, but he's starting to close in. A car length separates the two now.
Further back still, Musser leading Noah Zarsk, but Aiden Rudolph starts to look for a gap. Tried setting up a late apex might be able to carry that momentum. Now looks to the outside as we work down the back straightaway. A lot of that momentum is lost, but Rudolph continues to look for that. He's got this side pod now as he looks to the outside, nearly able to get there. Here comes Zarsk, who's able to plant and launch, coming out. And
Musser able to get clear on the both of them. Jordan Musser, what a move. Sent it deep into the brakes in turn number 8. Was able to get clear on Zarsk, able to get clear on Rudolph on the exit, as well as, again, Aiden looks to go on JP, who just closed the door on them both, and now Musser going to be the first one to go. But this is one of the closest races that we've had in Shifter in 2025. These guys are delivering here today. And again, Musser just taking advantage, right, of just Rudolph being careful with the rookie John Paul, and just very close in between the top 4. Now Musser going to be the first one to try and go on John Paul.
Musser going a little bit wide there through that turn 5 hairpin. And that's given Melcory a little bit of breathing room here, as it's still 2 Burrells out in front. See Melcory going a little bit middle on the racetrack on the brakes there, trying to defend, but is still able to put a fairly sized gap here over Musser and Rudolph. Zarsk struggling to stay at pace with them. And Melcory out in front still.
Yeah, car length in between the two, and again, this is one of the biggest questions as well, right? Only one set of tires for these Shifter drivers, and you got to think, for the likes of Rudolph, for the likes of Musser, who have been in this position before, they know tire management throughout the weekend is going to be really critical here in Shifter. For a driver like John Paul, you know, watching it, he's going to be pushing, right? Going to be nervous about being in the lead of this race, wanting that heat race victory, checking over the shoulders. So you got to think, is that in the picture here for John Paul? That's been one of the biggest learning curves as well. It's one thing to go fast in a Shifter, and then whenever you do get up to that speed, whenever you do get up to speed, all the extras come into play, right? Tire management, that's the biggest thing. And speaking of you and Jeffrey as well, you know, just a couple of weeks ago when we were here, it's really, you know, critical when you look at these long weekends, right, of the differences in between drivers, of just going that, you know, dialing it back a 1/10 or 2/10 to really conserve your equipment so it can last you the entire weekend. And that's really been the name of the game here in Texas Sprint Racing Series action. Again, these heat races are short, but you want to be careful of when you're going to want to push. Again, rain is looming today, so that could be, you know, part of the picture if they are expecting it in Heat 2 or maybe later on throughout the day. But that's all, you know, factors to keep an eye on here, and that's really my biggest question when I see a driver like John Paul Melcory up at the front. Is that, you know, is that in you know, is that a thought when you're out there on the racetrack for heat race number 1?
I'll tell you this as well, Caleb. The wind has really picked up since we dropped the green here for the first of the Shifter heats, and it's going kind of across downwind on the back straight of 5 and 6, as well as between 9 and 10. So that's going to affect the draft a little bit. They'll have a little bit of a tailwind coming onto the main straightaway, but tucking behind the guy in front of you is going to be even more important now, coming right here out of turn 5. And when we have our second hairpin here through turn 9. Getting really bunched up here as Musser had a thought of a move for the lead there, but got back in line with that fellow Burrell, with Rudolph right there.
Yeah, nobody really showing their hand, and if anything, I really think Noah Zars in the 4th spot is probably in the best position, right? He's not just right on the rear bumper of Rudolph or right up front with these guys, but he's just sitting patient, right? He's like, all right, you know what? These 3 guys are going to fight. I'll be there whenever they do, because you do lose a lot of time whenever you're trying to make a pass, especially in the Shifter here at this track. So for Zars, just, you know, sitting back, managing his equipment, managing it as this race goes on. And for these 3 is, all right, I'll let these guys fight. And that could even be the same thing for Rudolph and for Musser as well. How much do you want to challenge John Paul Melcory here with just 40 seconds to go plus 2 laps? So that's the biggest question that I have here in this race. And for a guy like Musser, right, you have 2 huge swings in the spectrum. A 15-year-old who just turned 15 in John Paul Melcory, learning how to drive a Shifter chassis. And for Jordan Musser, right, veteran of the sport, veteran of the class, you know, has finished on the podium at the Super Nationals time and time again, won the Super Nationals as well. So for Jordan, you know, been in this position before, and for him it's just another weekend, right, at the racetrack. So we'll see how it goes, as, again, we're getting close to the end. 8 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So they're working their way through here, and again, Musser just knocking on the door here for the lead of the race.
Closer than he's been this entire heat. Another bit of a look there into turn number 8. And all of a sudden, Rudolph has really good momentum as well. A little bit of a peak there into turn number 4. But it feels like everybody might be saving something here for the final lap. Again, Zarsk just waiting in the wings here, ready to pick up any scraps. They'll get the twin sticks this time by. And Caleb, we talk about making expensive moves. That's exactly how Musser got up into P2 initially. And that was because Rudolph was making some really, really big moves, trying to go side by side with Melkori for nearly half of the lap there. And that's what brought both Zarsk and Rudolph, or excuse me, Zarsk and Musser back into the mix.
And you know, you talk about that, you know, the opening stage of the race. For me, it all starts at the start, right? For Rudolph, you know, getting beat off the line, just has been really one of his biggest struggle points throughout the year, is just not dialing those starts in. And again, you see it kind of in heat race number 1. Affect them a little bit, if you will, and again, you're put on the back foot, right, trying to go for the lead of the race and throughout those first couple laps, and it allows guys like Jordan Musser to surprise you, catch you by surprise, which ultimately hurt Rudolph there just in the early stages. But that being said, it's a long weekend, but I think for a guy like Aiden in the number 7, right, he's gonna be like, all right, that's the biggest thing that I need to work on when we get to heat race number 2. I need to dial in my starts. Now I know, right? This kid's not going to be easy throughout the weekend.
Right.
Looking for his first win. He's hungry for it, right? And he's definitely impressed a lot. Jordan Musser has spoken highly of the 60 that's out in the lead of the race. So we'll see how it plays out. He's set to become a first-time heat race winner this time around, and that gap growing as Musser and Rudolph haven't been able to find an answer for the 60. Who checks the shoulder this time around. 2 corners to go, and it's looking good for John Paul Mokori. First time on the top step of a heat race podium. John Paul Mokori, your winner in heat race number 1, with Jordan Musser across the line in second, Aiden Rudolph third, Noah Zars, Derek Proctor now crossing the line with Chris Jennings. Your top 6. Checkered flag in the air. That's Shifter, presented by Arcade Motorsports.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarscak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscakRacing.com.
Back here live at Dallas Karting Complex, Jackson Lambros with Caleb Vieska, and unfortunately the skies have opened up on us once again, and that'll put us on a temporary weather delay. As soon as we get info here, we will share it with you, but until then, stay tight, stay cozy, stay with us.
As you guys at home can see, the rain dance officially beginning here. And this is an interesting sight as well for everybody down on grid, quickly changing everything over. Luckily for them, they're going to have about 30 minutes with thunder still in the area. Just getting everything swapped over to a rain setup for all these young drivers, especially for our kit karts that are coming up next. They are, again, going to try and just go a little bit better here. We'll take a quick commercial break from our side, let our camera guys stay dry. Let our camera stay dry as well. Quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with more of this weather delay still ongoing here for championship weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh, my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad.
Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
And just like that, we are back for day one and the first round of heats here from the fall finale for TSRS. And it's time for the kid karts to start the cleanup effort here on track and dry this out. Jackson Lambros with Caleb Viesca. And we are green here for the first of the kid kart heats. A little bit of carnage to get us started here with some more madness there with the CRGs involved, but we keep it going here single file.
Yeah, what a start, and this is the first real view at it all, right, with full wet weather racing. A huge shout out to our camera guys, Willem Tomkes and Taylor Burris, for enduring all that, staying out there, keeping the camera safe as well throughout the entire thing. So you see those two guys running around the paddock, make sure you give them a huge high five and a huge pat on the back for all they do. But again, very, very wet out there on the track. Just ran out there to the paddock real quick, and again, seeing everybody just, you know, taking shelter in the complex here at DKC, trying to stay dry. One of the biggest things that you know, stuck out to me here today. So for all these drivers, it's going to be close. It's going to be dicey, if you will, for these kid kart drivers, the first ones that are going to experience the wet weather racing. It should be, for the most part, the rain really stopping now up to this point. Not seeing that much anymore, but even then, these drivers are going to have to endure a full wet racetrack for quite some time. We see the Rooster Tails as Galliano now the first one to take advantage, looking for a move. A much more aggressive line than your, you know, orthodox rain line that Vettel Baker has shown so far, going high. And Wylan Galliano is showing these kid kart drivers how it's done. Gets himself to the lead of the race here through on Vettel Baker.
Some of these kids, maybe first time driving in these conditions, but Wylan Galliano ripping it like a pro in that 24. Vettel Baker still in chase now, following that rain line, going off apex, off what we would see in the dry line, and kind of going towards the puddles. We see Vettel continue to really carry that momentum. And further back, I think Maverick Reddick is starting to learn that line as well. So fight is on with 3.5 minutes to go here as they come to the stripe. Here comes Maverick Reddick as well.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest things, right? These drivers have definitely driven in the rain that I know of, especially for the top three, right? I think looking at Vettel so far, using that wide line, that's what you know how to race on a rain, you know, on rain, wet weather racetrack. And you see Vettel taking that line, but it varies, right? Where those puddles are, and Vettel, his tighter line into turn number 2, right over the puddles. Wylan just avoids that, gets himself within a much better run. So you see these two drivers just going at it right at the start. And again, their lines are going to be different, and it's going to change. That rain line is going to change from track to track. You know, there's multiple ways to go around at a fast pace, and they're just finding that. Wylan, again, more aggressive throughout the corners. Vettel, wide arc. So for now, it seems to be beneficial for Wylan here, taking that more aggressive line throughout some of these corners. And you're seeing that now, right, as Vettel still very close, showing that speed, looking on the inside of Galliano now. Side by side into turn number 8, and Vettel Baker goes through, but goes around. Vettel Baker, a half spin for him, and Maverick Reddick looks to work his way by, as now these two drivers who are fighting for a championship find themselves on the racetrack. But this is huge as well for Galliano. Again, almost a sleeper in the championship conversation, right? Hasn't won a race yet. I believe might have gotten it done at Speed Sports. We'll take a look at it here just to be sure. But again, that championship in between the three drivers in your top 3 right now has been very, very close. And Wylan Galliano puts himself better than the rest here in the kid kart class. And I think indeed, so he was able to win when we were out at Speed Sports Racing Park. And that was in the rain as well. So Wylan, again, showing that pace here in wet weather conditions. That was his last win on the year as well. So could be the rain whisperer, if you will, in the kid kart class here at TSRS.
That's a good trait to get early on
as
a driver in something that is always, always appreciated. We call rain the great equalizer of this sport, right? And to be able to have that dialed in, to have your neurons like that is a huge trait. So Galliano with a really, really strong learning experience here. Vettel Baker with another big slide there, coming out of turn number 5, with Reddick continuing to give chase with 110 seconds, or excuse me, minute 10 seconds to go here in our first heat. Galliano, by the way, actually not the fastest man on track. Vettel Baker putting the quickest one down last time by a 106.312. That's about 4/10 off from Weiland. So Vettel, not the consistency he's wanted so far, but definitely has that pace.
That was on that opening lap, so that's not going to be relative. Their lap times right now, Jackson, 1:18.148 is a spinner further back. Beckett Boudreau in the 95 goes around in turn number 9 as the rest of the traffic comes in. Here comes Maxwell in the 99, working his way through, and you see the difference, right, in runs as he gives him a little bit
shove,
of a shove there, right? Like, hey, I'm here. So, again, just announcing himself on the rear bumper of the 95 of the kid out of Louisiana and Beckett Boudreau. But, again, that first lap was obviously with the shorter lap, if you will, when they hit the stripe. But this time around, the fastest lap belongs at the moment to what is indeed Vettel Baker, a 1:18.1 compared to the 1:18.8 of Weiland Galliano. So that's very close, the margins here.
Look further back, actually, a couple of more big movers as well. You got Rowan Dudley up 2 positions, Boudreau up 4, Maxwell up 2. All that with spin from Sander Lorang at the start, and another, as I believe that's Boudreau going around again. It is. So that will have, I believe, Anderson Maxwell sliding on through. So another CRG spinning here, and another moment there for the 11. Xander Lorang going for another spin.
Yeah, huge learning experience, right, for these young drivers. You know, more often than not for especially these young drivers, right? Starts to rain, you know, they don't want to be out there, they don't want to get wet, and it should be the exact opposite, right? You don't get that very often. You can do as many laps of the dry as you want, and it'll be more of the same when you get to a race weekend. But when you do get this wrench, that is the rain, that is wet weather driving, that's a whole different discipline almost to try and learn. As again, we have another spinner, and that'll be the story of this race as it goes on. But you know, for these drivers, that's the difference, right? Making sure you're practicing, and for these young drivers as well, you get to the weekend, and for mom and dad, for coaches, et cetera, it starts raining. It's like, all right, kid, you're going out there in the rain. We're you know, we'll get home, we'll shower up at the end of it, but this is where drivers are made, right? In conditions like this, on those practice days, right? Taking advantage of those wet days or those wet club races where people just pack up and go home. You know what? Just don't want to race in the rain today. No, it's a matter of getting out there and driving. So here goes Weiland Galliano again. He's caught up to a little bit of traffic. Lorang right in front of him. Hale there as well. So he's just trying to work his way through and move on the outside on the 2 of them. Gets himself clear. That's a move and a half out of Weiland Galliano to get clear on those 2 lap cars. And now with the white flag in the air, they're going to just affect Vettel Baker here a little bit on the straightaway, Jackson. But what a move out of the 24. This kid's on rails.
Small karts, smaller kids, but a really, really big move there from Weiland Galliano, showing us what he can do in this kart in these conditions. And he's almost going to be hoping that the rain continues here as we go on to the rest of the weekend. Vettel Baker continuing to give chase in that 22 CRG 4-wheel slide there through turn number 5. And is just really, really struggling to keep up with Weiland here. And you look at those smooth wheel movements from Weiland. No aggression, just silk. Working onto the penultimate hairpin here. And has been smooth sailing in the wet here.
Yeah, very, very comfortable, very confident out there. Hasn't made a mistake, has been challenged, but again, the skies opened up, the rain fell, and this kid didn't flinch. The 24 with a good finish at the end of heat race number 1. Weiland Galliano fired up. Wins heat race number 1 with Vettel Baker across the line in second. And we wait for the 75 of Maverick Reddick across the line to finish third. Dudley should come across in the 7 to finish forward to Maxwell, to Boudreau, Anderson, Hale, and Lorang. But the 24 of Weiland Galliano, heat race number 1. He's your winner. And again, puts himself with a good shot at the GR2 Motorsports Kit Kart Championship here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Coming up next, we have more racing action set to come your way. Last little bit of cleanup going on. When we come back, more on day 1 of racing action here
at the fall finale. Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to his area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Okay, Junior, next one up. They're going to be led to the green flag by Tyrone Kemper Jr., reigning champion here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He's starting alongside Easton Cox on what's been soggy Saturday here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And again, this is very similarly to how we started off the year out at Speed Sports Racing Park just, I would say, almost a good bit ago. It feels like forever ago. We were just in March, I believe, or February even, when we started the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And again, we find ourselves now, it was actually back in February, so that's a long time. We've been at it for for a good bit now. We're in October now, so it's been a huge turnaround, 6 months almost of TSRS racing action, usually a race per month, 5 rounds, so all adds up with a little bit of gaps here and there as well. But that being said, they've kept us on our toes, and again, it's been interesting for sure from start to finish. Now we're going to see who's the best in the rain. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Easton Cox, first two to hit the racetrack, leading this field away into the green flag. A couple of more getting set to go green. Royce Vega, hometown kid, 15 minutes away from the track. Grew up racing here with the likes of Mike Jones, a lead man here in the shop at DKC, Sean Owens, and more. You see that DKC visor strip as he gets ready to go to war in KA Junior. Keep an eye as this race goes on. we're excited to see it. We're excited to get going here, Jackson. So far, day one, you've almost had it all. We've had the dry racing for a little bit, and now the wet weather racing has definitely kept us on our toes for sure.
So this is where that strategy comes into play, right? Because we suddenly see the sun start to peek just a smidge through, but what we're being told here is rain is coming back. Not as long, but definitely will be packing a punch. So that will prolong how long these guys are going to be out here on these tires. But again,
I don't think we're done yet either, Jackson. It looks like there's a cell still working its way out here. So the question is, how long can we stay dry at this point? For these drivers, it won't be too long with all the puddles out there on the racetrack.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. on pole alongside Easton Cox.
Ooh,
with a little bit of a moment there.
Easton almost put it off the track on the outlap, and a couple go around, which looks to be the 814 there that did have a spin of Salvador Ruiz, and Nathan Golseth going for a spin as well. So
starting to learn.
Keep it on the racetrack, boys. I mean,
a lot of guys struggling to learn the limits here. Again, first time a lot of these guys have been on this track with this level of grip or lack thereof. So again, Kemper Jr., Cox, Cagle, Vega, Orbezo, Golseth, Treb, Baldus, Bailey, and Blum, your top 10.
I think Golseth had a little bit of a half spin as well, so they just got to the commitment cone. Easton Cox actually just got there right on time.
Oh my goodness.
And that's issues for Braden Westfall, it looks like, in the 888.
Yep. Or no, Hudson Thomas.
Hudson Thomas, my apologies there. Starting 22nd. So he's going to have to start at the back of the pack. The same for Nathan Golseth. They're past both of the cones now, so he's at the back of the pack. This is a huge mix-up, especially for Golseth. That was slated to start 6th. That's a lot of work to do for Nathan to get himself into the mix here. But we head into the tram lines, and we look for the green flag. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Easton Cox. We get ready to get going. Green flag in the air, and we're racing in KA Junior.
Clean start, 3 wide further back as Cagle tried making a move. Big contact in the mid-pack. Still Kemper Jr. out in front, nearly 4 wide. Big send there. I think that was Garcia trying to make a move and one off.
Theo Mitchell was one of the drivers that had a spin at the start of the race. A couple of more went around. Looks like we have about 2 or 3 that unfortunately just weren't able to get going here. Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the other hand, dream start, yellow flags through the chicane, and that's a big pileup with about 2 or 3 collected. The 800 involved of Teddy Blum and a couple of more in the chicane. It looked like maybe Jackson Baldus was one of the ones that was in that mix. But again, huge contact in the chicane. You talk about the start as well. A couple of drivers went around, and this is picture perfect for the number 1, right? Getting himself out in front and getting himself with a dream start in heat race number 1.
Good start as well for Matthew Cagle, able to drop a spot over Easton Cox, who falls back to P3, a little bit of a peak further back, the 76. Jackson Baldus gets turned there by the 833.
That was Royce Vega just getting into the back of Jackson Baldus. He got in the back of him in turn number 1. He got in the back of him on the exit as well as Theo Mitchell around again. One of the Berry brothers goes around. This is a chaotic start on the first, really, what was the start of the first full lap under full song for the KA Juniors. And again, for some of these drivers, especially looking for championship here this weekend, looking for a little bit more good results, this has been a horrific start to their days, to their weekends, really, in heat race number 1.
Been the opposite for Tyrone Kemper Jr. out in front as he continues smooth sailing right now with Cagle still out in second. As just watched the pass on track there, as I believe that was Royce Vega continuing to make moves. Another spot there. So he works his way up into 4th, getting a move on Easton Cox, who continues to drop back, Caleb.
Yeah, and again, just didn't really find his footing on the outlap. Looks like he hasn't found it either. And we're 2 laps in. And again, a little bit of an update for those of you as Easton Cox through turn number 2, just drifting through the entirety of that corner, sideways almost through the entire thing there, Jackson. That was wild out of Easton Cox, but he held on to it. And now he's Nico Orbezo's right behind him. He's had to check up there a little bit. Nathan Golseth working his way through this field. One driver's out. And you see it at the bottom of your screen. I'm not sure if that was Rebus maybe in the 887. But man, these drivers just looking for a little bit of traction out there, it seems like.
So now it's Royce Vega on the move, and it's Orbezo defending from Pasha Ali. That's the battle for 6th right now.
Orbezo was able to get through there on Easton Cox, and Ali's right behind them, which is his first junior start in Texas Sprint Racing Series action. So there you have Orbezo in the OTK for Iron Rock Motorsports, Easton Cox on the High Five Performance Machine, and back to Pasha Ali. So that's the group as it stands. Ibarra there in the CRG with, again, Royce Vega just right behind him in tow. And again, Royce just with Jackson there. That'll be a close call for sure. And again, one of them on the brakes, the other, again, just probably wasn't expecting Baldus to get on the brakes, but unfortunately the two of them did make contact. And as we work our way through, look at the lap times. Nobody's been better than Tyrone Kemper Jr. at the start of this race here, Jackson.
But David Ibarra able to gain 9 positions from the start of this race. Most of that thanks to a couple making mistakes, but again, pouncing on a lot of guys going offline, trying to learn the ins and outs of this track. So currently running in 3rd. Vega's trying to change that right now, but no one able to touch Cagle or Kemper Jr. out in front. Another purple lap. That is a big one.
That's Barry. Barry's in the wall, and that's Mason Barry, who finds himself in the wall in a turn number 8. That's going to put an end to his day, unfortunately, as yellow flags wave. He's looking to get back going again. Going to have to try and get that fired up, and he does. So the GWR able to go by and get refired, but unfortunate there for Mason Barry. Found himself in the wall in a turn number 8 in the hairpin. And this is, I'm not really sure when we're going to see that crossover point in this racetrack. It's very different, especially with the cambered corners, right? A lot of them, they have almost a little bit of a bowl on the inside where almost banked corners, if you will. So you have a lot of standing water through there. There's a couple of dips, a couple of bumps here and there that you'll see a lot of standing water. So it's just a matter of getting that dried out. And if you ask, I really couldn't tell you, Jackson, of when we're going to see that crossover point find us here at DKC.
Well, here's the thing. If these guys are already struggling this much to find grip on track, just imagine when we do get that second stronger cell on the way, how much more difficult it is for these guys to tiptoe on this tarmac. We're going to have to wait and see, because again, that's still a maybe on if that rain is coming, but that is going to somehow make this DKC circuit even more challenging. Vega still giving chase to David Ibarra, and that was another big moment there for the 819 again, or excuse me, the 815, as we can really see that opposite lock.
Goodness gracious, this kid is just dancing on the line, dancing on the limit here. And again, just showing control. These are hold your breath moments for Easton Cox in the 815. But he's holding on to it, doing a good job of it so far.
Orbezo giving chase right now, trying to get into the top 5. And these two have found their way into one another. We're on the same piece of racetrack, shall we say, for a vast majority of this season. As the twin sticks come out, you can see that inner rear tire lifting there as everyone tries to put the weight on the outside tires. One of the unique things we see here in the rain. As another big struggle there as Cox is really wheel hopping there. That'll open the door for Zebo, maybe not yet.
Yeah, he's just really out of shape there, and Orbezo just still looking, right? You see him, I mean, turn 1 is one of the hardest corners because whenever it is dry, it's almost not really flat out, almost 80% with that bump that's on the inside there in turn 1, but you'll see drivers, right, that's a corner that can really unsettle the cart. And you talk about rain when you're going right and then quickly left. That's one of the biggest things of a cart in the rain. It's hard for it to change direction that way. And you have to be really smooth, really, patient with it out there. So it's for Easton Cox. He's been holding on to it, doing a good job of of just keeping it on the asphalt. But this is you know, a clinic so far out of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Continuing to improve. You see the track getting better as well. The lap times, you know, as this race goes on, progressively getting better, and you see a 106.478. It's gotten about a second better as the session's gone on, so they've started to push some of that water off the racetrack. You see, I really wouldn't say a dry line, but that groove is starting to form out there, right? So it's definitely something to keep an eye on here, and we'll keep an eye on it, right? You look at it now, 30 minutes time is really when the forecast, we have 40% chance of rain to come back, and that'll be one of our biggest tells of what we will see later on today and as this weekend goes on. But Heat 3, that should be dry. Heat 2 is still in the question.
That's our crossover point.
Heat 2 will be when we start, I think, maybe seeing that crossover point come our way, perhaps. But for Tyrone Kemper Jr., again, just hasn't put a foot wrong so far in heat race number 1, and this is why he finds himself with a number 1 plate and is probably one of the favorites going into 2026 to carry that number 1 here in KA Junior. Checkered flag in the air. Tyrone Kemper Jr. wins the first of the heat races with Matthew Cagle across the line in second. David Ibarra, Royce Vega provisionally in fourth. It looks like that penalty indeed applied to Vega. He'd round up your top 5 though. Orbezo, Golsath, Barry, Baldus, and Pasha Ali, rookie, your top 10.
Putting the chaos in KA 100 there to get us wrapped up. We'll step aside for just a moment here with 206 Senior coming up from Dallas.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
.206 Senior out onto the racetrack now, and it's time to go racing with James Overbeck and Dylan Amundsen on row number 1. Reagan Seville and Cameron Reed on row number 2.
Jacob Oliver will be alongside Kelvin Jing, with Jeff Dolian in 7th. They'll be alongside Bryce Frank.
Christopher McKeithen and Paul Braden on row number 5. Chuck Jensen and Samuel Young on row number 6.
Row 7, Andy Baumrow alongside Ralph Kraus, and Gabriel McLeod alongside Carter Kilgo.
Nick Miller and Andon Stone on row number 9. Sam Toll and Joaquin Flores on row number 10. Sam Doro, Stephen Hesser, Robert Reyna, Grant Mitchell, and Michael Greco. The 25 drivers entered into this race. Don't think we have them all here, and I think that's actually back to maybe Arana, the first one that we don't have here. So 23rd to 25th, not with us here this weekend. Still a good showing for the 206 seniors. Again, they've been up to the 30s, which is actually the amount of that we had out at NOLA Motorsports Park just a month ago. But this weekend, this time out, we're all the way back. It looks like Greco is with us here this weekend, but might be 24, the amount that we have here. And that's an estimate on my behalf. But we get ready to go racing. This is the easy part of the job, right? Just calling the action,
Yeah.
Jackson, rather than doing some math. As we get going, Overbeck's on the inside. The VLR of Dylan Amundsen on the outside. As we look for the green flag, we got it. We're racing into 06 Senior. That's a great start for Dylan Amundsen. Overbeck just got a better one, able to get that over-under as they work their way through. And Amundsen holds on to the lead, is on the inside. Reagan Seville looks a surprise at both of them. As we're side by side up front, Kelvin Zing looking to go on Cameron Reed. A couple of drivers off the racetrack in the background. And Reagan Seville, championship contender, around in turn number 5. That's huge for Seville as McKeithen runs away in 4th.
Already up 5 spots is Chris McKeithen, and looking for more as 2 of the CRG's trade side pods coming into turn number 8. Another big move there along the outside.
Yeah, Reed looking to hold on. Frank able to get through, and again, side by side, Jeff Doley and Jacob Oliver all in the mix there as McKeithen looks like he might get stuck on the outside, and Doley just content to go behind and get in line on Christopher McKeithen. Zing right behind him. That's the first of the MGMs. Frank just right behind him. But a hectic start for Reagan Seville, who was the driver to beat point blank in the dry. Finds himself, again, out of contention. Really a driver who's really good in the rain. When you look back at Speed Sports Racing Park, the start of the year, was able to win that main event by a significant margin. Just, again, putting on a clinic in the rain. This time around, Heat 1 struggles for him. As side by side, Oliver and Zing, who gets bogged down. Reed going through, and issues, it looks like, for Kelvin Zing. Frank hand in the air as well. 2 of the AR Academy drivers are off. 1 driver into the tires. Huge off, but a chaotic first 2 laps to 206 Senior here in Dallas.
Starting to heat up for the lead, as well as it looks like Overbeck has caught up to Amundsen. And the 698 there saying, let's go and work together. Sam Jung giving the message to Kraus as he tries to get to work now, trying the outside and going with Cameron Reed there. That is 612 Eddie Bamro, losing a couple spots there in the process, or at least in threat of it.
Yeah, this has been a wild one to start, to say the least here. Overbeck able to actually get through on Dylan Amundsen that last time around. So Overbeck, your new leader, with looks like McKeithen in 3rd, to Dolian, back to Oliver. And again, I'm not really sure what exactly was amiss for Frank and for Kilgo there. It looks like one of the MGMs actually into the pits now. Kilgo is out of this race. I think Frank might be as well, as 1 driver way off, and that's a 630. I believe one of the Reed Motorsports of Paul Braden, indeed off the racetrack. But Seville, again, we saw that start. He was facing the wrong way, and he finds himself now on the rear bumper of Kelvin Zing on the edge of the top 10.
Continue to go at it right now, as that started with a switchback from Jing there, and has so far been able to make it stick. That's brought Reagan actually back into the mix, as well as Gabriel McLeod.
Kelvin
and a
Zing
big
goes
spin.
for a
Jing
spin.
goes around.
Kelvin Zing going for a spin, and that's a mistake you don't see too often out of the 666. Going around there in turn number 8. And Seville, again, just picking them apart one by one. Cameron Reed. She's falling under fire now with a tire into the mud. That side pod just got ripped off. And that's going to be a meatball flag the way of Cameron Reed. Was just on the outside. Seville able to get through, and that side pod just came clean off of that Reed Motorsports CRG. That's unfortunately going to be the meatball flag for Reed. And again, Seville, adversity in this heat race, where his main contender or competitor, if you will, McKeithen, finds himself in third. That's, again, a good recovery, nonetheless, getting himself up to 8th now. Looking to close down on Samuel Young here.
If you're able to see the full left leg of the driver, something is wrong there. So the side pod fully off on that machine. Battle for third here. Christopher McKeithen trying to fend off from Jeff Dolian.
Dylan Amundsen there. McKeithen able to get by on Dylan Amundsen on the VLR. So they've been going back and forth for a while. McKeithen finally able to get himself clearing up to second and chasing down James Overbeck as they work their way through. And again, time, we're just about to hit that 5-minute mark. The first of the heat races, it is going to be full 7 minutes plus 2 laps, I believe. And then when we get to the second round of heats, it's going to be 5 minutes plus 2 laps. Again, with the rain and the fact that we are behind schedule. So that being said, Seville picking another one off. Adi Bamrou falls down to 8th and Seville up to 7th. And Samuel Young is, again, losing time here to Seville, who's starting to close in. It's Reagan showing that pace here in the rain, Jackson.
Young really on the move, though, up 6 positions. Same with Bamrou, actually, as Seville continues that recovery drive. But your biggest mover of the day so far is indeed Christopher McKeithen right there, up 7 positions. That could be up 6, with Amundsen trying to get that second place spot right back.
Yeah, again, and we keep an eye on it. Here's the closest battle. You see the difference, right? Seville just that little bit more aggressive in the corners, really throwing that Trackside Karting Services GFC into the corner into turn number 8, and you see him just look at the run on the exit for Seville. And I think Young just going to be stuck on the outside, really nothing to do except for hit the brakes and allow the 600 to work his way through. That's another one. Pick them off one by one. Seville keeping those championship hopes alive here in heat race number 1, up to 6th after what was a nightmare start for him. Able to work his way through, and now Young, Bamrou, the two of them going through, and Addy just had to hold on to it there. Big snap on the steering wheel for him.
Big slide to the outside of the racetrack as Addy tries to get a grip on that 612. And I thought that drop back from Young was going to open the door for Addy to potentially take that spot back. Was a victim of a really clean switchback earlier on. But Young is really keeping up with Seville right now. And of course, the minute I say that, Reagan finally starting to light the burners on that 600 to try and get to Jacob Oliver just a little bit up the road.
They work their way through here. Jeff Doley and Jacob Oliver. Again, nothing much out of the two of them. Everybody really staying stagnant now. But 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go left in this race. Jeff Doley and Jacob Oliver working their way through. And for James Overbeck, again, speaking to him a little bit throughout this weekend, right, has talked about, you know, what this years look like for him when they've been busy. Speaking to his dad, Matt, as well, they haven't taken more than 2 weeks off. And again, they were planning on doing the whole year, and super saturated schedule for them. We saw him miss a couple of rounds, and again, have him back here at the last round. Good to see James out here at the racetrack. But again, one of the biggest things talking to him was, you know, at TSRS round number 1, race in the rain all weekend long, and he was like, man, I just really hope it doesn't rain. Luckily for him, he's been good at it this weekend, right? He's done a good job of it so far, and the same for McKeithen, just keeping themselves inside of the top 2. It's like one of the TB carts with issues further back in the field.
Just saw a
looking to limp into the pits here, Jackson.
Yep, just saw a big save as well for Amundsen, dropping a tire and having the other one fully skyward. Was opposite luck to get it back up, but white flag here for James Overbeck. And McKeithen right there. Amundsen still able to hang on to that 636. We'll see if this is the lap we could potentially see a move.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see something out of the top two. Amundsen looking pretty close to McKeithen now as we get to last half a lap. And then again, championship in the picture for McKeithen, not the same for Overbeck or Amundsen. Dolian finds himself 4th, Oliver 5th, with Seville getting himself just a little bit closer as well. But nothing yet. This has been a good drive for the likes of Reagan, Seville. For a couple of others, though, just been, again, struggling in this first heat race. And you're starting to see it, right? Sky's starting to clear up a little bit, seeing it out of our window here. Looking a little bit better. Might start to see that dry line form a little bit. These guys are going a little bit quicker than the K8 juniors were even going. And that's again with less power, so huge to see this track starting to progress. But in heat race number 1 and 2, 16-year James Overbeck able to get it done with McKeithen across the line in 2nd, Dylan Amundsen, your top 3.
Not as much chaos as we saw as a big wiggle across the line there for another.
That was on purpose there out of Seville.
Was it? Yeah, so some, was about to say, obviously some frustration there for Seville as that wound opens again for that championship lead for McKeithen.
That was actually a good last lap out of Seville to close off in 4th. I mean, to pick 2 of them off, well, we thought it was almost over, right? That was a last lap and a half for Reagan Seville, getting himself up to 4th. So was able to stop the bleeding on what looked like it wasn't going to go his way. Yeah. Ends off on a high. Damage limitation for Seville to capitalize. Finish 4th ahead of Jeff Dolian. Your top 5 to Oliver, to Young, to Bamru, Zing, able to close this one out. Paul Braden, Nick Miller, Gabriel McLeod, Toll, Mitchell, and then again the drivers that were affected, I think, more than the rest. Carter Kilgo out, Chuck Jensen out, Bryce Frank out of this one as well. Raphael Kraus, Cameron Reed, all the drivers not closing this one out. Pickup getting set to come our way after a hectic first heat race into 016 here. We'll be right back with more.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time. Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
.206 Cadet out onto the racetrack now as we get set to go racing once again. Drew Blem, this time going to be the driver to lead us to the green flag, as well as Loco to Dallas and Liam Haswell on row number 1, and Dusty Strayer goes around in the 222 along with one other. They're further back. Looked like maybe one of the kart racing solutions that went around there at the back of the pack. That being said, we'll find out as this one goes on, but taking you down this championship, or this starting grid, I should say, for the heat races, Brody Stoffel and Mace Lasek on row number 2 with Wyatt White and Mikey Todd on row number 3.
Caleb Roberts alongside Adrian Vargas further back with Clayton Stiles, Vargas, Sampson, and Wyatt rounding out your top 12.
You go back to Dusty Strayer, who's slated to start 13th here in this one. Sebastian Sampson, 14th, JJ DeShong, Beckley Anderson, Benjamin Osborne. Could have been Sebastian Kim, maybe the driver slated to start 18th. That, again, found himself just going around. Kaya Boro joining us here as well. Benson Hale, 20 drivers total. Looks like one of them struggling to get refired. And I think that looks like it's Wyatt White, unfortunately, not able to get going here. And that, indeed, it looks like it's the Croc Promotion Machine. Unfortunately, not going to get the green flag here in this one. Well, here we go. Green flag in the air. Drew Blem with a good start gets himself to lead. We're side by side for second as everybody looks to work their way through. A little bit of contact. Looks like Haswell contact with Mikey Todd. More get collected. Aston Wyatt involved. Vargas involved.
Brody Stoffel beached there on the inside.
That's Mikey Todd there, beached on the inside. Unfortunately for the 299, Mikey Todd, not the best of starts up front. Drew Blem, Brody Stoffel, 1 and 2, as they all work their way through. But man, unfortunate start for a couple, especially Mikey, who again was best start he's had so far in 2025, finds himself out of the picture in the first of the heat races.
We had another kid just before the start around at the stripe. They've gotten that cart going again, I believe. We'll get a number plate for you if we can, as that is potentially more issues further back. Looks like the chaos has finally started to dilute now. So it will be Drew Blem to the line first, and another big off there as a
Haswell there, just playing with the limits there, finds himself off the track, and again didn't have the best of starts. And as this one goes through, very close moment as that driver finally goes around. Looks like Caleb Roberts finding himself facing the wrong way on the exit of the corner. But man, these drivers just, again, we're almost at that middle stage where it's starting to dry up, but still I would say wet conditions. If not, I'd really be surprised if anybody at this stage decided to change over to those slick tires. Still, I don't think we're there, and we're seeing the likes of Blem, Stoffel pull away from the rest of the field as Strayer goes around facing the wrong way on the run up to turn number 8.
We'll see, that's going to be a tough place to get out, and that's where we saw drama earlier on with Wyatt.
Yeah, White, he didn't even get the green to start this one off. Unfortunately, he's actually just on the start-finish straight. But again, one of the things that we haven't really touched upon this weekend, the drop-off here on this side of the racetrack, quite significant. I was able to drive it, just 2 weeks ago, and I found that if you got a little bit too close to the edge of the track, it almost sucked you down into the grass, and you found yourself going off the racetrack. So that's one of the biggest things, right? You see these carts almost, when you saw Mikey Todd at the start of the race beach, that the front of that cart was up in the air hanging like that. So again, definitely not ideal to find yourself going off the racetrack at any racetrack, but it shows you it's that much, this track bites a little bit harder than the rest with the drop off from asphalt to the grass.
It's that old school quality that people have kind of fallen in love with here at Dallas. The punishment if you make the slightest of mistakes, if you carry just a little bit too much speed. But when you get everything right, there's not a lot of tracks here that are much more rewarding. Talking about strategy though, Caleb, because yes, you could be at the point now where maybe the dries are the move, are the quickest tire on track right now. But again, we don't know when or if that second cell is coming, and you're really gambling potentially making that move back over.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on it, really. I'd be surprised if we saw anything, this early, maybe. And again, that's for us to keep an eye on it as well when they roll out of the grid. But I still see, for the most part, wet weather tires is what it looks like for the majority of these drivers. You see the silver rims on the inside of Stoffel's cart, the aluminum rims. So again, those just hold in heat a little better. So finds himself working his way through in second, and these two have been going back and forth with lap times, right? 56.8, 57.7, and it just gets that little bit closer in between Blem and Stoffel this time around. Just about a cart length in between the two. Sorry, a 106.5 is the 3-lap average for Blem, and a 106.7 is the average for Stoffel. So you see it there, right? It's those times starting to get a little bit better as this race goes on.
Stoffel really starting to reel in Drew Blem at this point and is really in drafting range now. The question is, does Brody Stoffel think he's potentially clear enough of Styles and Mace Leszek further behind? I think that's absolutely the case, and I think it will be all clear for him to get on the attack here and challenge that 215 for the lead. A little bit of understeer there for Drew on exit, not the case for Brody, and he continues to be right in his tracks here through the second hairpin.
Yeah, these two really within their own kind of space on the racetrack. Everybody else is good ways back here, Jackson. So for Stoffel, it's just a question of finding really a corner, finding space on the racetrack to get that move done. It's been one of the biggest talking points as well, right? For the cadets, not so much. with smaller chassis, obviously, but just a matter of Stoffel setting that up, and slides like that out of the chicane not going to help too much. Blem looked planted there on the exit, so we'll see. And again, it's a swing, right? You have Stoffel go better just one lap, and then you have the same for Blem the next lap. So it's here and there, and again, you see a mistake there out of Blem. Stoffel closes in. It's just this accordion effect that's going to be ongoing throughout the race, and we'll see it play out. We're about 20 seconds from the 2.6 in the air. They're going to get 3 laps to go this time by, Jackson.
So it gets so much harder to carry the momentum with this water on track. That means if you're bold enough on the brakes, you might be able to find some opportunity on the track. But again, these are 206s. Not a lot of opportunities to really get a move done using the binders. It's about carrying that momentum, getting to the bumper to the side of somebody else. And in these conditions, when it's this slippery out on track, that is coming at an absolute premium.
You're starting to see the difference, right, of that dry line starting to form out there on the racetrack. You see the groove, right? It's almost that little bit, I don't know if you will, darker, not as reflective out there. And that's quite evident throughout some of the infield corners, especially the hairpins, right? You look at turn number 4, the inside of that corner is damp, completely damp. And then you have the dry line. So you're starting to see, right, that racing line is starting to form here at DKC. So finding that, staying on that, and if you do want to make a move, you'd have to go off that dry line into the wet stuff and find yourself, not being as in control as you would be on that drier piece of asphalt. So that's the biggest thing that could also be difficult for these drivers to really try and send a lunge. You're going to lose time, and you're going to find yourself, not have that same grip that you do have on that racing line. So you got to make sure that groove's wide enough to make those moves, and that's one of the biggest factors that you see, right? That inside line, that inside lane, just that little bit more damp than the normal racing line. And this is one of the corners that's specifically, very narrow. On the outside, a big puddle standing there on the exit of turn number 1. On the left-hand side as well, big puddle there as well. And here, you want to make a move on the inside, you're going to be greeted by a nice puddle on the inside of that corner. So it's just give and take where you want to try and make these moves. And here further back for Styles, we're about to see it play out as they were both able to make it through on the dry groove, and Vargas, nice and easy, looking for the over-under. These two drivers still going side by side for about 3 corners now. And what a switch back out of Adrian Vargas, looking to hold on to it, but Styles going to have the better run on the exit of the corner into the chicane. Who's going to give? Who's going to make way? And Styles able to get himself through for a little bit. As now up front, Stoffel in the lead of the race, and Drew Blem in second, went for a spin, and that's going to give it away to Brody Stoffel. It shows you the margins here. You put a foot wrong, and this track just bites back.
And whether it's been the 1 in his hands or the 4 on the ground, Brody has not put a single wheel wrong. And you look further back, what a recovery for Adrian Vargas, right? Scary, scary crash to start the year. His second race back, and he is already challenging Clayton Styles for a Heat podium. Drew Blem, unfortunately, going to be recovering, still had phenomenal pace, and will be someone for us to look out for as we get into Heat 2, as we start to set the stage for the last main event of the season. Stoffel still tiptoeing here through turn number 5. This 6 and 7 complex is where he's struggled. We've seen a lot of 4-wheel sliding from him. Smooth sailing, though.
Yeah, a lot better here on the final lap out of Stoffel. And again, you've seen the conditions improve throughout this race as well. So be a number of things, but for Stoffel, again, it's been, if you will, a learning curve to get used to this 206 package. It's never driven it until this year, and it's a different discipline, right, than everything else for drivers. And it's the same thing, right, go from a 206 to a micro or a mini, but he's taking to this, end of the year, definitely getting to grips with it. Checkered flag in the air. Stoffel going to take away heat race number 1 in 206 Cadet. Drew Blem across the line in second. Clayton Styles now wasn't able to fend off Adrian Vargas. Vargas coming across to finish third. Lasek 5th to Wyatt and to Haswell. And then again, I believe Wyatt might have just gotten lapped here in this race. So unfortunate there, but again, we just had that little bit of a break in the rain. We're getting reports it's starting to pick up again. So it looks like all the work these drivers have done, right, to try and clear off this racetrack is coming undone here in a couple of moments.
And any of those slicks that were sitting maybe considered to be placed on are going to go back in the box So we'll step aside here for just a moment to wrap up that chaotic cadet class and set the stage here for KA 100 Masters.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarskak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
KA Masters hit the racetrack now as Greg Welch and Kogan Wright get ready to lead us to the green flag. John Mosey and Evan Kozak are going to share row number 2 with Pierce Baldus and Janae Din on row number 3. Miguel Muir and Brent Harper on row 4 with Daniel Howie and Kyle Peipenbrock on row number 5. Your top 10, your only starters here on the weekend. And again, Martin Stone, spoke to him a little bit earlier today through text. Says he will be joining us tomorrow for the main event. That will put him starting at the back of the field. So we'll see what Martin Stone can do here this weekend and tomorrow as well in the main event. Again, home track for him. We're used to seeing him out here when we do come to the Dallas Karting Complex. We saw him last year, that main event, and again, we hope to see him with us tomorrow. That being said, get ready to go racing. Green flag in the air. Your KA Masters are a go.
Good start from Welsh there as he'll get to the point. Big shove further back.
Oh, Janae Din looked like he got a little bit out of shape and into the side of Pierce Baldus. And then again, everybody just looking for a little bit of room. Welch found it up front, pulling away. Wright's the driver in second at the moment, with Evan Kozak looking on the inside, side by side. As now again, your 2 drivers in the championship, they're buried in this field at the moment. with everybody else around him. John Mosey right next to him, Baldus right there, Daniel Howie, Janae Den stuck on the outside, drops the tire to the grass and loses a little bit of time there. Unfortunate for Janae. And Kogan right back on Evan Kozak, full lock. Kozak looking to respond.
Big dive there. Parks the bus, is able to get it done. And further back, another big move.
Pierce
on
Baldus.
The inside. Pierce Baldus getting that, or Baldus getting that move done. But great start from Kozak, getting 2 spots at the start. Pierce Baldus, another position gained as well, as this immediately becomes a 3-car battle.
Yeah, this is, again, getting very close here. Second on back right, Kozak. They've gone back and forth throughout this race. All the while, Craig Welch just able to, pull away. And that shows you the pole position being that little bit better than everybody else. And Kogan Wright goes for a spin in turn number 4. Unfortunate there for the High Five Performance Machine. Goes around as Mosey, Miguel Mears, side by side. Mears just drops that rear right into the dirt. And Mosey on the factory cart looking to go right back. That door just closes shut. Mears able to stay ahead. But again, everybody just fighting with everything they've got here in the first couple laps, Jackson.
And a big reason for that is, we mentioned it between races, but the skies are starting to open up once again. All of that hard work from the recent heats to try and dry this track out is ultimately for nothing. So these guys starting to be a little bit more careful. Not as heavy rain yet as what we've seen earlier, but again, it could really open up really quickly, and that could chuck grip right out the window.
It's just stayed the same, right, throughout the day. Just very, misting at the moment. It's actually raining. Not as bad as it was earlier, but definitely still raining. So again, we were talking about the grooves, the dry lines. It's still going to be there, but it's not going to be as much as what we saw earlier on today. Just a couple of moments ago when we were in that heat race for the 206 cadets. That's all out of the window. You see it out of the camera here. Just consistent rain falling on that racetrack. So all the progression that it was making, where it's going to go backwards at this point now. And again, this has been the story really in the last 2 years. You talk about 2024, Baldus and Mir. Same thing that we're seeing here in 2025. These two are going at it for a championship here this weekend. And again, they're right within kind of touching distance within each other. The gap opens up a little bit more now, but Mir and Baldus, I mean, these two, 50 points separated the two of them coming into the weekend.
But the guy from Bartonville, the over-under driver, still trying to close that gap. Evan Kozak getting to work in that 423. But Pierce Baldus right there with him, giving chase. A little bit further back, you've got Miguel Muir, your championship leader, or your championship contender, I should say. And he will be really jonesing for another position. Already your biggest mover of the heat so far, up 4 spots. But again, really get to big points paying off once we get over to the podium spots. So we'll have to see what he can do. He's already starting to close that gap.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. And again, one of the biggest things now with the Race Select app that is available for those of you to view here this weekend. The timing's also on Speed Hive. But one of the coolest things and one of the coolest features are these 3-lap averages that are also, in question. So for Greg Welch, look at his 3-lap average. He's better than everybody else right now. 105.098 is his 3-lap average. That's almost a second better than Evan Kozak, which is the next best at the moment. He finds himself a 105.9. That's his 3-lap average. That's almost a second. And you talk about that average, so dude, a lap. Greg Welch is about a second a lap better than everybody else on the racetrack. And it shows you, right? He's been able to set that gap, has been able to keep it consistently. For Evan Kozak, he's starting to fall under fire now with Pierce Baldus starting to get creative here on the racetrack. Up and over, looking for the switchback. As there goes Baldus with the inside line into the chicane and just gets on the brakes there. The over-under, if you will, lead man. And Evan Kozak started that company earlier this year. Again, selling all types of stuff here on site for drivers, teams, you name it, and as well taking on that VLR package and trying to grow that package here in North Texas. And as well, again, himself running his own program as well, but that's all gonna come undone as Pierce Baldus had the inside. Kozak looked to set up an over-under. No pun intended.
Yes.
I want to be clear there for Kozak. Tried to set it up. Didn't work out, unfortunately. Finds himself falling down a fourth.
I found it ironic because I feel like leading up to this battle, it was a very conventional line, not really adhering to the way.
It just almost sounds
Kozak.
weird, right, when you say
does.
it, you know, the name now, so makes us look a little bit corny, if you will.
No, for sure. But Kozak really kind of opting for a dry line here so far, and that's finally bitten back. Pierce Baldus up into second now, but still the fastest man on track. Greg Welch able to get that 5-lap average down into the 104, simply untouchable right now. But Pierce Baldus not having too many options here to really close that gap. It's more right now defend from Evan Kozak, get those points while you can.
And you talk about 3-lap average as well, right? For Pierce Baldus, it's still 6/10, 7/10 now back to what Greg Welch has been able to do. So it's just about there. And again, nobody's really having an answer for Greg Welch at the moment. He's absolutely ran away with this one. 2 laps to go left in it, but again, you look back as well throughout this field. Brent Harper coming into the weekend, not looking all too bad in points, finds himself 8th to Kogan Wright, now down to 9th. We saw him go around, unfortunately, early on in this race, but as it's gone on, nobody just had a response for the Pantino up front in the 445, and again, we don't see him race all too often, but speaking of him earlier on, he drives about 2 times a week, right? He's been in the kart, you know, working with clients, driving in good shape for Greg Welch Racing and Masters, but, you know, he was telling us earlier this morning, Jackson, he's like, I'm in the seat about 2 times a week. I'm not rusty at all. I just got a job to do, right? Myself driving go-karts isn't going to pay the bills. Running the team will. So it's one of the coolest things to hear from Greg this weekend, and having him out here with us, right, making that trip down here to the state of Texas. Super cool to have them, and we've seen their Pantano machines throughout it as well. White flag in the air, though. Baldus took a huge chunk out of the margin there. Looks like he's able to improve a little bit. Last time around, yeah, Baldus was just about 8/10 better than Welch. 106.8 for Welch, a 106.0 for Baldus. So it closed. I just don't know if Baldus is going to have enough time on this final lap. Going to need a huge mistake out of the 45, and sadly we just haven't seen that here in this first heat race.
Going to take a monster lap, but might be too little, too late. Not too shocking for Greg Welch when you consider the Colorado kid is probably a little bit familiar with these kinds of conditions driving at home. But again, all this setting the stage for the big one coming up in a couple weeks' time, the SCUSA Super Nationals.
He won't be taking part, but his team will, right? So that's one of the biggest things for Greg to like we said, he's getting ready, getting the team ready. Last little bits of preps here this weekend at the Texas Spin Racing Series. That being said, last corner underway, checkered flag in the air. Greg Welch didn't even look over his shoulder at the end. Done and dusted, able to get the win in heat race number 1 with Pierce Baldus and Evan Kozak running up your top 3. And again, just getting word, we go back under delay until 3:35, gives us 10 minutes. Allow some of this weather to pass on through. But that's it for High Five Performance KA Masters. Welch, perfect at the end of the first heat race. Welcome back. We're moments away, 1 minute away to be exact, from heading back out onto the racetrack. And again, this is feels like we've been in Heat 1 for the entirety of the day, Jackson. We've still got 2 more to go later on. And again, last little bits of delays with weather in the area, keeping the entire TSRS crew safe. But it looks like we finally have that gap that we've really been looking for the entirety of the day, right? No more weather expected here today. So that being said, should be good. The paddock, on the other hand, looks like some parts unfortunately underwater, but everybody making the most of it, right, here this weekend. Definitely a bad weekend. Wear white shoes for myself and, and yourself, Jackson. So, yeah, not a good idea. But that being said, for these drivers, they got their racing boots on. Some of them even with the actual rain boots that there are available to buy at most places. But that being said, we look at the starting grid for heat race number 1. Rodrigo Poloya and Nicolas Orbezo on row number 1, with Sawyer Chambers and Mia Johnson with one of her better qualifying sessions of the year, starting on row number 2.
Levi Miedor on the inside of row number 3. They'll be alongside Francisco Reyes in the 305. Brendan Wolf will be alongside Brandon Green for row 4.
Dean Greer and Chase Gardner on row number 5. As you look back a little bit ways back to Holton Edwards, Micah Massad, Brooklyn Dudley, Titan Cookson, Gage Clevenger, Max Estrada, and Presley Peterson, the 374, I believe, not with us here this weekend, but was entered here. Not going to take the green flag here on the Saturday. This is all presented by TB Kart USA. To get ready for the first of our 206 junior heat races. And we talk about Poloya, you talk about Orbezo, reigning IKF Grand National Champion in 206 junior racing action as we get ready for the green flag. You know, we've seen these starts chaotic, to say the least here, Jackson, but excited to see a good race here out of our junior drivers, as well. A couple of these, they're some of their last weekends in junior ranks, like Rodrigo Poloya moving up to senior next year. You know, Orbezo apparently a rookie in the class, but a couple of drivers will look to, again, move up in the ranks here at the Texas Racing Series. So the championship battle still very close, to say the least, but Poloya finds himself within contention. Green flag in the air, and we're underway, and you see the puddles here. Turn number 1, 2, very soaked through there as they work their way through. Poloya with a good start. The same for Chambers. Meter looking to go by for third. He's clear. And now a change for the lead. Chambers wasting no time. He's clear for the lead, but for how long? Poloya looking to set up that crossover. He's on the outside.
But here comes that CRG further back, doing the optimum weather line there, running all that momentum on the outside. The wave of orange coming back to the front here as one of the Burrells drops further back.
Yeah, Poloya there in third, Levi Meter and Sawyer Chambers. So that's how they stand. And again, Poloya now not going to waste time, looks to go back into turn 8. This is a matter of it, right? You're going to lose spots in this first lap, but just being comfortable, staying comfortable, especially on a championship weekend like this, that's the biggest thing for a lot of these drivers in their first championship that Poloya has really been fighting, and he's been hungry for it. Chambers as well, been in positions like this when we talk about Cadet. Definitely in his mind here this week, and we'll see how it plays out, though. Already first lap underway. Chambers is through, Meter is through, Orbezo as well. Your top 3. Poloya, again, he had the good start. First 2 corners, that all changed as soon as they got into turn number 4.
Meter up 3 positions at the whole shot, and a big slide there coming into turn number 2. Is able to gather it back up, but that's going to bring Orbezo back into the mix. Here he goes with a look to the left. Will try and roll that momentum around the outside. Now sets up a switchback in that Tony kart, and we'll go side by side. No defenses move there from Miedor, and now gets back in line. Orbezo still trying to do a switchback, but still cannot get it there. Poloya dropping back. Mia Johnson and Green right there with him.
Yeah, Mia Johnson just right behind him. Brandon Green all in line, and there's a huge group as well further back. The likes of Edwards, Gardner, looks like Guerrier might be one of the ones in that mix as well. All just single file as Orbezo again looking to respond to Levi Meter, and unfortunately that send on the inside of turn number 8 had to get on the brakes, and that has brought Poloya back into play in this heat race. And you'll see a lot of this, right? This accordion effect that we've talked about so much. You go deep into the corner, and then again, the exit. That's the biggest question as Levi Meter puts himself off the racetrack. And that's a mistake out of the 16 to go off. And that's going to allow Orbezo to get himself through. But for Levi Meter, scary incident for him, for Orbezo. He's able to get himself through. And again, Levi not going to be maybe too happy with himself, but looks like he's able to get back going, right? Like nothing happened. Just lost a spot in the process. He's still looking to go back on Orbezo.
Honestly, fortunate that was only one position lost there, because that could have been a really, really big moment there for the 308. But Nico, not just still in the mix, right on the bumper now of Miodor, trying to get that move back. Another big slide there for the Burrell of Polaya, who's kind of split equidistant from Orbezo, and Mia Johnson just behind. And now another look from Orbezo, trying to go the long way around here into turn number 9, sets up the switchback, but Miodor carrying way too much speed nearly forces him off the track on the outside. How about this? Nico Orbezo all the way around the outside, might be able to clear him, and he does. One lap of work, immediately back up into P2.
And that's a turnaround, right, of getting yourself, recollecting yourself. Sadly for Levi, it looked like he hit the curb there on the inside of turn number 12, and that put him a little bit out of shape. So as quickly as that, it all changes, and Orbezo is able to go by. Is now Levi big problems as he goes around in turn number 2. Unfortunate there for Levi. And again, you talk about that hard work. It changed just so quickly for him, as now he's behind the 310 of Dudley. And then again, stuck on the outside, looking to send it. Dudley able to stay ahead. So Brooklyn getting herself well in the top 10, actually. Brooklyn's currently 8th, actually 7th now. Levi, the driver, down looking for a move into the chicane. They're going to go side by side. Levi with a slide job into the corner. He gets himself clear.
Dudley trying to fight back there in the red helmet and the pink suit. But again, into recovery mode now. That CRG of the 316. And very different dynamic of 206 racing. Becomes a lot more two-strokey, I think is the best way I would describe it. Not so much of the pack racing aspect, right? That when you get to the wet, not so much of that push and draft dynamic. Obviously some dancing partners, we see that right now a little bit further up towards the front, but not so much of these massive, 8-car freight trains we see sometimes here.
Yeah, as one driver going for a spin as well. Brandon Green goes around. But yeah, you see a little bit more separation, right? And again, whenever you're at the regional level, the grassroots level, if you will, you have some drivers that we've seen at the national level, other drivers that haven't been there, that are still looking to work their way up there. So you see a little bit of a difference in experience, maybe even throughout the field. But even then, you said earlier on the weekend, right? This is a great equalizer for all these drivers. So it's, who's been practicing at home, who's been practicing in the rain. More often than not, those national level drivers will be. But it allows other drivers to get themselves in the spotlight, which is one of the biggest things. Like we saw with, Mia Johnson earlier on the weekend. She got herself in the spotlight whenever we were in qualifying. Got herself with a good result there to finish 4th. And she's still 4th at the moment. But it also shows that some of those drivers that we do see run up at the front, they might struggle in these conditions. And we've seen that out of Levi, unfortunately, here, where he's down in 7th and has lost a couple of spots. But looking at, work his way through, and it puts him through a little bit of adversity. But yeah, it separates them a little bit more than what we're maybe used to seeing on 206 classes. And that's just the thing about the rain, right? Whether it's two-stroke, whether it's shifter, whether it's 206, this is, something different where some drivers might feel more comfortable in these conditions than others. And this is a discipline of its own within karting, right? To learn really on, taking the wider line, understanding that maybe even a narrow line could be better. I think at this racetrack, with usually at tracks with big curbs, you talk about AMR Homestead, one of those tracks. Right. Speed Sports Racing Park is another one with some of the bigger curves, but this is a little bit different because these curves are all pretty much flat. So it's only paint on that inside. That's going to be very slick whenever you do try to work your way through there. So staying off the curbs, I think, is one of the biggest things. Using the wide line is maybe the most beneficial at this place. But it's just understanding these little tidbits, nuances of rain racing, and for drivers that have been here, done this, like Sawyer Chambers, who I couldn't tell you how many times I've seen this kid drive in the rain. You saw the start of the year, started off perfectly for him with a win in the main event at Speed Sports Racing Park. And then again, we get these conditions at the end of the year, showing the pace, right? At home, comfortable, over Orbezo, over Polaya, over Johnson, and over Gardner. And I think that shows that Chambers just has that little bit more experience in these conditions, right? And that goes to from the kart setup of adjusting the rear, adjusting the front, getting that range set up, if you will, quote unquote, ready to go racing here at Dallas Karting Complex. And it's that turnaround. That's all to the team, to everybody back at the tent. So that's huge for Chambers. And again, really showcasing his driving experience at such a young age for his first year in junior. Crazy to say that, but that's pretty much what we're seeing out there, Jackson.
Nothing to shake your stick at, by the way, for Nicholas Orbezo either. 4 seconds up from the remainder of Rodrigo Polaya and Mia Johnson. Those guys really, really off on an island of their own. Here's a battle further back, as I believe might have been Chung with a move right there, or excuse me, one of the CRGs, not sure, but out in front, Sawyer Chambers completely in cruise control right now. Orbezo had a battle buddy earlier on in the form of Polaya. That's kind of backed out for the time being.
Tell you what, Levi Meter was able to get the move done there on Chase Gardner in the 313, and again, Levi, turn 12 has been one of the struggle spots for him, and that shows to be that way again for Levi, unfortunately putting a tire into the dirt and going wide again. So there you go, Levi just struggling a little bit here in the wet conditions. Gardner in the 313 able to stay ahead, but white flag was in the air last time by. Sawyer Chambers going to be the first to take it on the Intrepid machine. And this has been a drive out of Sawyer. And again, you look back at the weekend he had when we were over in Indianapolis for the Grand Nationals, put it on the pole position his first time in junior. And that was the biggest question for me on this driver, right? How would he stack up against the junior drivers? Drivers that have been doing this for about 2-3 years on full size, and, wasn't really a challenge. For Sawyer, it was a challenge throughout the heat races nonetheless in the main event, but in qualifying, able to get it done, and again, showing some great pace, looking to become a champion in 2025 here in 206 Junior at his first time of asking. Starting off with the right foot, heat race number 1, the way of Sawyer Chambers over Nico Orbezo, and championship contender and competitor with Chambers and Rodrigo Polaya. That's your top 3. Tamia Johnson, Gardner, Levi Meter, your top 6. And that's it for 206 Junior, presented by TV Kart USA. In a couple of moments, your KA seniors get ready to hit the racetrack. here we go. It's time to go racing. Heat race number 1. This is how they're split up. A versus C. Jose Carlos Hernandez and Peyton Phillips are going to share row number 1 with Christopher McKeithen and Aiden Rudolph on row number 2. One driver slow in the infield. Not exactly sure who that is. One of the Forward Direction Motorsports drivers there, and it looks like it might be Tyler Roberts, maybe.
It's the 909, I believe.
We'll get a better look at it. Maybe Spencer Smith, 905. So 905, Spencer Smith with issues here for the Pantano driver. And then again, we'll get a better update on the schedule as well as this day goes on. I think it might only have 2 heat races here this weekend. But here's another look at the starting lineup with Skinner, Cohen Summers. We talked about Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's dug into this field starting 7th. And a couple of more all the way back to David Ayat, your 20, getting set to take the green flag here. Lucas Fink, Maui Angel, Jacob Kappel, Santi Duran, Hamza Ambar.
Watch Jesus Vasquez Jr. from 7th. Again, worked his way up a little bit, but has a lot of work to do here if he wants to maintain that championship lead, maintain that championship fight.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it here. And again, like I said earlier, just dug into this field. And the rain definitely going to throw a wrench at things, but we'll keep an eye on it here. Jose Carlos Hernandez, Peyton Phillips share row number 1 with McKeithen and Aiden Rudolph on that 2nd row. We look for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in KA Senior. Everybody already pushing and shoving. Vasquez goes through McKeithen, a tire into the dirt. As John Burke goes around and a couple of more as well around in the turn 2 complex. It looked like maybe Smith and about 2 more that find themselves in the wall. But here we go. Summers already looking on the inside. Peyton Phillips is there. Landon Skinner looking for moving the chicane side by side. And everybody able to work their way through. Vasquez as quickly as that. We talked about having to do some work. He got it done at the start, already up to 2nd here, Jackson.
Big moves for Aiden Rudolph as well. Was up into 2nd until Vasquez snatched that spot back. So 2 guys working to the point very, very quickly. And another TB car under pressure there further back, as I believe
that's Faulkner.
Is
Faulkner.
Faulkner, yes.
On the outside. Tyler Roberts, actually, rookie driver, puts himself into the senior ranks this weekend. Now getting racy, looking for a move on the inside as we work our way through, and you see everybody just busy on that steering wheel. Landon Skinner now looking for a lane down low on Phillips. Didn't find it. Turn number 4 now. Landon Skinner again looking. Not able to get through on Phillips yet, but this has been close in between all these drivers, and it's getting closer up front, I must say here. Jose Carlos Hernandez, last time we were in rain racing action, Jose was able to just be that much better than everybody else in the senior field. And again, Jesus Vasquez struggled that first weekend, but he's shown some great pace so far here in Dallas. Is Skinner a huge send in at turn number 8, and again, that shows you right, just overcharged the corner, and Peyton Phillips wasting no time on getting that over under them.
Now watch Christopher McKeithen in that 939 card as he gets an opportunity to get to Skinner. That was a big send, and Phillips fired off like a cannon. But fortunately, everybody able to keep it on the green stuff for the time being. It is still Jose Carlos Hernandez out with a just over a half-second lead right now, but immediately when I say that Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's already gotten 5 positions gained, a 6th one would be colossal for his championship hopes, and he's already starting to study that 927.
Yeah, Jose Carlos just had a long look over his shoulder and saw it was that black and white Trackside Karting Services GFC of Jesus Vasquez Jr. And again, the top 2, it's been close in between the 2 of them. It's close in the championship coming into this weekend as well. So we'll see it. And again, they find themselves in this first heat race going up against each other head to head. So we'll see how it all stacks up for Jose Carlos Hernandez. Rudolph isn't too far back, and again, this could be a huge turnaround for Rudolph's championship hopes if he is finally able to get some heat race points and get himself back into the win column. That would be huge for him. Unfortunately, the main events haven't gone his way, so a drop would be a DNF, and you got to factor in what day he had better heat racing results. As we work our way through, Jose looks like he struggles maybe a little bit more than Vasquez as he looked to get alongside in a turn 2. And again, those first 2 corners showed to be really the biggest struggle spot on this track with the wet conditions here, Jackson, for all these drivers. So it's getting close here. Vasquez now looking on the inside, and as easy as that over-under for Jose Carlos, you'll see moves like that. Don't be surprised. I'd be surprised if Vasquez is able to hold on to one.
He had to really, really diamond that apex, though, like straight launch out of turn number 5 to be able to get that move back from Vasquez. And all of a sudden, the script flips for Vasquez because here comes Aiden Rudolph in that CRG right on the bumper. No attempt of a crossover there, no ship from Vasquez Jr., but this is immediately becoming a big breakaway. You got to go back nearly 2 seconds now to Peyton Phillips as he's trying to hold off Landon Skinner and Christopher McKeithen. So 2 trios here making up your top 6, but your battle for the podium right now getting really, really close. Vasquez Jr. right on the bumper of Carlos Hernandez. Maybe a little bit of a shove. Look at that unique line we're seeing there. And that gets Aiden Rudolph right into the picture.
And that was a little bit different, right? Jose Carlos saw that Vasquez was right on his inside into turn number 2. Wanted to avoid that, took that tighter line this time around, right? But this is bringing more drivers into the mix. Jose was a little bit defensive in a turn 2, took that different line, and now you're seeing him, right? He knows that Jesus Vasquez is right there. He knows that every single point matters here in heat racing action. And Aiden's there just pretty much to play spoiler, right? Nothing really in it for him. You talk about the disastrous round he had at NOLA and as well in when we were out in Crescent with 2 DNFs in main event action. He's just there to play spoiler in between these 2 guys, but you can't count out Peyton Phillips, Landon Skinner, McKeithen. They're still right there, and with the type of driving that we're seeing up at the front with those tight lines being taken, getting stacked up in a turn 2, I really wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Phillips, if a guy like Skinner were able to play spoiler into this fight as well.
And again, it was JVJ in one of those maiden heats trying to put a move on Vasquez. There's another big look to the outside, trying to roll that momentum.
And it's the same thing again out of Jose Carlos there. He knows that Jesus Vasquez is just a little bit more comfortable, and now Vasquez looks to catch Jose Carlos by surprise, and he does in a turn number 4. And now Rudolph looks on Jose, who goes right back side by side. Contact in between the 2, and Peyton Phillips gets clear. Jose Carlos through for 3rd, Skinner and Vasquez further back. It was a little overzealous there out of Jose Carlos in a turn 5. Again, just a little bit, over-optimistic, if you will, looking for the move there. But, again, they're both able to stay on track, but contact was definitely there in between the 2. And that's exactly what Rudolph was there for, right? Pick up the leftovers, got the move done on both of them on the exit of the corner.
And just like that, you now have Peyton Phillips and Landon Skinner entering the chat as the skies have really started going on us here. And you can immediately see those rooster tails come back to life coming out of these carts. So grip immediately coming out the window here. Who can master driving on the ice? You can see the struggle from Phillips there. Full opposite lock.
And Jesus Vasquez went right back on Jose Carlos, who's going to send it on the inside of turn 4. Keep an eye on these 2. Heating up on the racetrack, and now Skinner looking to play spoiler as Jose Carlos runs them wide. Side by side in between your 2 championship contenders. Contact on the exit of the corner. Jose Carlos looking to hold them back, and Aiden Rudolph just running away with it here. Jose Carlos still ahead of Jesus Vasquez. The battle for 3rd heating up here, Jackson.
Aiden Rudolph in a league of his own. He's looking over the shoulder, but nobody is there. Phillips in the clear to boot. Where is Carlos Hernandez and JVJ in this picture? Out of turn 10 for the final time. Aiden Rudolph has the patience pay off, as further behind it will indeed be Landon Skinner, and just barely Jose Carlos Hernandez taking that spot over Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, Rudolph's ultimately checked out of this one, but these 2 have been going back and forth. You're around as Jose Carlos Hernandez goes around in turn number 2, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. finally able to breathe. And we talked about the changing conditions. We talked about the rain picking up, and unfortunately for Jose Carlos Hernandez, that's the first big swing of the weekend going the way of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Round number 1, give it to Vasquez. Still has to close it out, but Jose Carlos, we saw the aggressiveness in this race. Unfortunately, just bit him back into turn number 2, went around, and Vasquez finally able to breathe. But up front, you talk about playing spoiler in heat race number 1. Just kept his nose clean, picked up the leftovers. Aiden Rudolph, one more corner to go on the last lap in heat race number 1. So far, so good, and the CRG picks up the first of the heat races to Phillips, to Skinner, to Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jose Carlos looks like maybe a penalty applied post-race for him here, I think, or he just fell back point blank down to 9th. But yeah, that's a big change there. And again, you talk about the swing and championship points. That's the first one. Marginal point swing the way of Jesus Vasquez Jr. McKeithen rounds up your top 5. Then Summers, Faulkner, Roberts, Hernandez, and Archer, your top 10.
Well, Jesus Vasquez Jr. had really 2 goals, move as far forward in the field as possible and come out in front of Jose Carlos Hernandez. We'll have to see if we'll put any asterisks on that finishing position.
I tell you what, that rain that we had there was the timing was weird because we were getting close to the end, but that rain that picked up all of a sudden died back down. And again, there's still a consistent rainfall, but it just picked up for the last 3 laps of that race, and then it closed back down. We got to catch our breaths almost here, Jackson. We got to do it all over again with our second half of KA Seniors getting ready to go green. And we do have some pickup getting set to come your way. Here's the starting lineup for your previous race, but that was a race and a half for sure.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Time to do it again here. B versus D in Kart CRG USA. KA Senior Jake French and Alex Stanfield on row number 1. Adrian Cruz and Ibrahim Din on row number 2. James Overbeck and Justin Music going to share row number 3 with Joey Frennan and Sawyer Roussel on row number 4. Preston Pico, and for the 978 of Donovan Bonilla, Super Nationals champion in 2023, his first start in Texas Sprint Racing Series action here this weekend.
Beckett Friesen going to round it out in P11 alongside Ian Howell. Kurt Godson in P13 alongside Taylor Roddy. Afton Willander, Frederick Manning, Max Logeman, James Good, Ethan Gonzalez, Remy Angel rounding out your top 20 with Addy Bamro, Brooke Eady, Jeffrey Pearson, and Louis Pagano rounding out your field of 24.
So interesting enough, Louis Pagano, unfortunately for him, a DQ at the end of qualifying. And again, it was no fault of his own, but spoke to him a little bit throughout the lunch break and tested the fuel. Again, they put the fuel tester in his fuel tank. It was okay. They put that same fuel in the gas tank. It failed. So it was just whatever residue they had in the gas tank, just didn't clean it well enough, or, didn't even think to clean it. That's the thing that got him popped, unfortunately, in post-race tech. So that being said, we're getting ready to go green. Keep an eye on Pagano to work his way through the field. Keep an eye on French and Stanfield. These two drivers, veterans of the sport. Green flag in the air, and we're racing in KA Senior once again. It's a good start up front for French. For Stanfield, just over the puddles there, looking to find that little bit of room. And he found it on the inside of turn 4 as he's looking to get clear on Ibrahim Din. And he wasn't. Roussel's right behind him. Everybody side by side over under. Stanfield's clear. As here go a couple of movers just buried in this field. And again, the spray kind of hiding these drivers in the first couple of corners there, Jackson. But there you go, first little bit of side-by-side action. Music. And it looks like Stanfield there.
Tried to make the outside work, not able to fully.
Well, Music just surprised him on the inside, right? And Alex just couldn't hold on to the outside there. But up front, good start for French, for Overbeck. And for Adrian Cruz, 3 drivers, I mean, we've seen James, we saw it in 2016, right? Comfortable in the rain. Jake French, one of the, best wet racing drivers in the state of Texas, period, I think. You look at Speed Sports, he was fast. He's going to be fast here this weekend. The same for Adrian Cruz. Very, very good in these wet weather conditions. Really able to muscle that kart through the corner. So 3 drivers that are, no surprise to see them up front.
So looking now as we work our way out of turn number 5. And again, split heats, but we will merge all of these for the almost 50 kart field come the final. That is a big moment.
Roussel.
What a save for Roussel. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he sends it in a little bit too deep there. Looks like in 7. Got out of shape, collected it, on the exit of the corner, but that was, looked like he had a one-way ticket into the grass there and was able to save it. But yeah, very close, and it shows you, right, these drivers are just on the limit, lap by lap, dancing on that line, right, of you go just that little bit over, you find yourself going around. So one of the biggest things to keep an eye on here in between everybody. A couple of movers. Looks like Roddy's up into the top 10. He's in a 9th. As got a couple of drivers right behind him. Ethan Gonzalez as well finds himself in the top 10. Afton Willander right behind him. Ian Howell looking for a move. And there you go for the Red Speed under the Jake French tent here this weekend. Able to get that move done on the high 5 performance of Afton Willander. A little bit of change in that midfield.
Biggest mover so far, however, is indeed the man who almost lost it, Sawyer Roussel, up 4 spots. James Overbeck up 3.
Look at Louis Pagano already up to 15. That's about 10 spots gained for Louis, so he'd ultimately take over that. About 9, I believe. 9 spots gained for Pagano. Again, dug into this midfield. We'll be expected to see him in frame here in a couple of moments, Jackson.
A little bit of a look further back here.
Pico looking on the inside of Stanfield now. And then again, turn number 9. Pico looked for it, and Stanfield just seems to be struggling here in the rain in heat race number 1. Doesn't look like he has the same out of the corners maybe as Pico. Looks a little bit better. And again, to prepare for a session like this, if you will, you change a lot of things, right? Gear is one of the biggest things, is now
Big
Pico.
shot.
Huge send in a 2, and Stanfield looking to respond. They're side by side. Ultimately, Pico will come away with it. But Friend, next one on the list, right, as Stanfield continues to lose time to the drivers up front.
You've got Taylor Roddy and Ethan Gonzalez waiting right there in the wings as well. Everybody going wide, doors open again now for Stanfield. He'll get that move.
There you go for Stanfield. And again, it looked like we might have had a change up front as you see Alex just side to side, right, leaning in that GWR machine. Looking to find that pace, looking to find the grip. They're going to find the traction, really. That's the better word to use. They're not going to find grip. They're going to find traction out there.
Yep.
As now Friend stuck on the outside of Pico. And then again, everybody, right? Just very, very close.
That'll give breathing room for Stanfield for the time being as Joey Friend continues to throw punches here at Preston Pico. Another peek to the outside here across the stripe. Not enough momentum. But all of a sudden, Taylor Roddy is right in the mix, and around goes Friend.
Yeah, Friend just looked like he wanted to make a move on Pico. They almost went 3 wide there as Pico looked on the inside of Stanfield. Friend looked on the outside, right over the big puddle that was there of standing water, and again, just got out of shape and unfortunately couldn't save it. So that was a spin for Friend. It was, again, a good start to his heat race. And up front, you talk about Jake French, right? This is exactly what I expected to see out of that factory car now to Jake French. At his home racetrack, just driving in the rain, right? Leisurely Saturday afternoon drive for French.
Battle for the best of the rest, though, very much underway. As the 946 you're seeing here, Alex Stanfield fighting a hard-charging Preston Pico. This battle has raged on, and now the doors open for Taylor Roddy just further back in that lime green machine to try and close that gap. This is where we saw the move 1 lap ago that put Friend out of the mix. And another consideration of a move there from Pico. Looks to the inside as the doors open through 5. Not able to get there just yet.
And here we go. Turn number 4, Preston Pico going to look to the inside. He's going to get himself through, and again, as easy as that, Stanfield gets back by, and here comes Taylor Roddy now on the TB cart for Slipstream Racing.
Here comes Ian Howell as well, further back in that 934
Yeah, they went side
machine
by side, but Roussel went around. So that's for 5th. And again, his teammate in Stanfield is further back. They're going to start to close in. So it's getting close as Howell finally able to get it through on Preston Pico.
That was a really big shunt there. Taylor Roddy getting into Pico, who was checking up for Stanfield. And now more trauma there for Pico as Ian Howell, Nathan Gonzalez, Kirk Goodson works his way into the mix, up 6 positions so far.
Yeah, Goodson was able to get through on Howell that time around, so just everybody, right, picking and choosing moves, picking up leftovers where they can. But your top 4, top 5 really all separated by quite significant margin, 2.7 back to Overbeck from the lead. And this mid-pack has been super, super competitive and super close in times. And on the racetrack there is Pico again looking for a move on Goodson. He couldn't get it done. As now Roddy looking to go on Stanfield. So everybody side by side, and again, you're seeing that more often than not. You go for a move on the inside, just don't get that traction on the exit, right? And Stanfield's been putting on a clinic for those over-unders. Sadly, that one didn't stick, and Roddy able to stay ahead. So Taylor Roddy able to get himself through for 6th.
When you get hairpins, so many hairpins that have layout like this, you almost figure, but in that one high-speed section of the track, not able to get it done. But for that 942, Goodson tries to get that move again, clearing that arcade machine. He's got it.
It looks like just Stanfield has nothing on the bottom end from what it looks like, at least from this perspective. And I'd be curious to hear from him at the end of the day today of what that, what exactly is going on in that GWR Gillard. But yeah, it just doesn't look good out of the corners there for Stanfield. Is up front. Looks like Overbeck might have put a foot wrong. As Adrian Cruz able to get through now. So I think indeed a mistake out of the PPK Coyote, who falls back to 3rd here. Adrian Cruz takes advantage through for 2nd, with Justin Music just not too far behind. But up front, Jake French, and as you saw earlier, a great conversation with him on the development they've done on that factory kart. We saw it was good in the dry. It's good in the wet as well. Jake French going to take away the first of his heat races, B versus D. Your winner in KA Senior to Adrian Cruz. A late mistake out of Overbeck puts him down in 3rd. Music, we wait for Roussel to come across the line. There's your top 5.
Justin Music actually right in the mix as well, but Kurt Goodson somehow making up 11 spots on track to get his way up into 7th, alongside a hard-charging Taylor Roddy up 8 positions as well.
Yeah, well, there you go. Checkered flag in the air. It's time to do it all over again. Heat race number 2 getting set to come your way. And again, we were slated for 2 more heat races. At the moment, that is not in the picture here anymore. Heat race number 3 looks like they decided to cut, unfortunately, due to the race. And then again, seeing the Discord as well, drivers have been vocal that they do want it. So I'm sure TSRS will hear everybody and get, everything here in a couple of moments. But heat race number 2, that one's coming your way here in a couple of moments. With this quick commercial break, let us reset and get ready to do it all over again here in a couple of moments.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is
Well, here we go. Starting orders are the same. Still Tyler Blackwood and Dusty Strayer on that first row. Shep Sullivan and Cairo Ahmad. We saw them go at it for that second spot, or for that third spot, I should say, last spot on the podium places. Fortunately for Dusty, he might have had a little bit of issues as well getting off their grid and maybe in the opening couple of corners, but heat race number 1, picture perfect for Tyler Blackwood, able to get the win to start things off on the right foot. The same for Dusty Strayer. Sullivan looking to get himself back onto the podium here in this heat race. Looks like we're waiting for Cairo Ahmad. Bodie Byer leaving that gap open as we go through the commitment cone. So we'll keep an eye on it now. And again, for those of you here at the racetrack feeling a little bit dehydrated, don't forget to check out the IV Saloon inside of the shop. The same for the Sim Lounge and many more fun activities to do here at DKC, especially tonight. The Sim Lounge will be open, and I'm sure the rental carts. See a couple of our drivers get out there. This one looks like a little bit of a quicker start, and as expected, send these drivers around again. Tyler Blackwood just a little bit too excited, right, to get fired off for heat race number 2.
One of the issues we usually have with the cadets, they're always eager to get that right foot down. So again, have probably one more opportunity for Blackwood and Strayer to bring this to the green, and if not, more than likely we'll be swapping those front rows. Had a really good talk with James Sullivan, Shep's dad, a couple months back at Speed Sports. I was like, "You're trying to bring the next driver of the Lexus." He said, "No, I'm just trying to, I'm doing what he wants." He was bugging me more of doing this, and of course, how could I say no? But he's doing baseball, he's doing Pop Warner, he's dabbling in the national level stuff here, running Micro Swift, but honestly, it is by no hand being forced by Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan. It is all up to what Shep wants to do.
And that's the biggest thing, right, for a lot of these kids, especially to hear from those racing drivers that that do end up having kids, and it's just whatever the kid wants to do, right? Because you do go through of what it takes to be a high-level racing driver and the hard work that it does get down to just a matter of the fact that the kids want to do it. So it's a big thing, for Shep to be vocal, like, hey, I want to go racing. And how do you say no, right? Like, all right, let's do it. So, again, that consists of training throughout the week with the likes of Sean Owens, who, again, famous in the state of Texas for the work that he did with Crossing, the work that he's done here at DKC. And we'll see how his next generation gets going. But green flag in the air, and we're racing once again in Micro Swift. And that's a good start up front for Blackwood. Dusty Strayer looking to get his elbows out, holds on to second. That's a huge slide out of Shep Sullivan to hold on for third. He held on.
Uses that momentum to go to the outside here for Dusty Strayer and tries the high line once again. Nearly gets into Strayer, but barely able to clear him for second.
Shep Sullivan, what a move. Found the traction on the outside. We saw him in the dry. We hadn't seen him yet in the wet. And this kid's been on fire this these first couple of corners. That's a great opening lap out of Shep. On the limit, a Strayer goes around, and now we have a fight for the lead. Bodie Byers into him, but up front, Shep Sullivan already applying pressure to Tyler Blackwood. You talk about rain racing, this kid definitely has the experience in the rain. The 212, not even at the end of lap number 1, Shep Sullivan gets himself up to the lead. The 212, again, what a drive in these first couple of laps. On the absolute limit. You saw it there in a 4 as Blackwood big sent over the curb, but that was, again, what was a hold your breath moment. Shep Sullivan looked in control there on the exit of turn number 3.
Let's try and replay what happened earlier on, because it was Hayden
He does
Sampson
it
with a
again
spin
there.
and another major move and another spin there.
Cairo Ahmad goes around looking to get himself through White. White through for third, but Sullivan just dancing on the limit there. You saw it again in a turn number 3. Sideways on the exit, drifts on the exit of the corner, snaps the cart back in a turn number 4. Yeah, this kid's definitely on the limit here, and you see it again through the chicane. That one wasn't so beneficial as Blackwood gets himself that little bit closer. He's going to keep us at the edge of our seats, I think, for the majority of this race. Shep Sullivan having some fun out there in the rain, that's for sure.
We talk about this driving on the absolute limit as another big slide from Shep. A glance over the shoulder there to check Blackwood's status. But again, being on the absolute limit of grip, just slipping all 4 tires. Is this comfort on the limit, or is this a discovery of the limit in the hardest way possible? Exact same spot we saw Blackwood make that overdrive last time. He did it again, not ramping up over the curbs. As another big moment there for Shep, nearly going off into 1. Let's see how he dances on the pedals here.
Yeah, here we go. Watch this. Watch this full lock on the steering wheel there for Shep Sullivan. That's 3 laps in a row. And again, home track for Shep, right? So he practices here, has experience here, you know, is definitely driven here in the rain. So he's going to know what to expect while he's out there on the track. To his, you know, benefit, this track is definitely starting to come his way a little bit, you know, with no rain in the air. It looks like it's mostly soft, maybe some slight sprinkling, but, you know, besides that, this track is getting better. And you see, he just looks comfortable out there. It looks like he's, you know, knows a thing or two maybe about getting around at the Dallas Karting Complex. His group further back is Hayden Sampson, Dusty Strayer, Cairo Ahmad, drivers who unfortunately haven't had the same fortune to start, you know, things off in heat race number 2. Strayer, we saw him with contact, big contact as well for him again into turn number 8. A hard drive into the wall for Strayer. We'll hope that he's all right.
And
Sampson goes around as well, but again, just you see the difference, right? Those top 3, they look comfortable in these conditions. Unfortunately, further back for Strayer, just, you know, dancing on the limit. Carried looked like a little bit too much speed into turn number 8. Found himself going around, but again, just full lock and 4 times in a row for Shep Sullivan.
Oh yeah,
wouldn't miss it, right? Wouldn't miss it. This kid's having a good time out here at DKC.
Hopefully the guys in the tent aren't too nervous watching this, but again, you
know
how much.
How can you not be, right? Your driver's out there, you know, with would be one of his better finishes in the year, especially in heat racing action, and he's just dancing on that limit, right? You see it corner after corner. I'd be nervous. I think as a dad, I can't imagine how mom's doing right now watching this, but yeah, I'd for sure be nervous, especially for Tyler Blackwood as well, just seeing out there. Maybe you ask yourself, right, where can I gain that little bit of more time? Where is Shep really, you know, comfortable? Where is he gaining that little bit of time? And he's just, you know, going that little bit harder in the corners, dancing on that limit, finding that limit, and even trying to extend it lap after lap. And that's where you see the difference, right, of Blackwood. Where can I do that? Where can I go a little bit better? Or maybe drive in a little harder. And you see it there. Stays off the curbs. You know how slick they will be with the paint, the rain on them as well. So, yeah, just a lot of pace out of the 212 here in wet weather conditions. And again, the great equalizer, right? You saw it. Shep found himself further back, 3rd, 4th in that first heat race. And then again, you turn around, throw a wrench at things, starting to flourish.
But again, we talked about this home track almost certainly has had some reps in these adjacent conditions. So has gotten really, really comfortable in this kart in these levels of grip. And again, you start to learn points of the track. Where can I carry speed at these levels? Where does water pool up? Where can I kind of go wide, do that more arcing line through the hairpins and still carry those levels of speed? And Shep doing a phenomenal job here. And again, not hesitating when the back end is stepping out at all, just giving it that good dose of opposite lock. And only has to do it 2 more times.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and he's been, you know, right on it from start to finish. As further back, that battle for second actually starting to heat up here as
it's Wyatt White, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Wyatt White getting that little bit closer to Tyler Blackwood. And indeed, so second and third, that could be a change as it goes on. Shep Sullivan now working his way through.
Here comes
and here goes White.
Tries to go to the inside, not fully clear, but will try and walk the tightrope on the outside. Big lunge from Blackwood will set up an over-under and just goes in a little bit too deep. That'll allow Wyatt White to slide on through for P2 and slide around in turn 5. The boulder goes back to the bottom of the hill for Wyatt White.
And that's just a huge swing at things here, but it shows you, right? You know, why this kid is racing up at the front in this race and by such a big margin, 4.5 seconds, I think even more than that this next time around with Blackwood having that in moment, if you will, in turn 4. The same for Wyatt White. Bodie Byer as well. Huge shout out to him. We talk about racing on a broken leg, broken foot, really, and he's out there running 4th. So that's huge for the kid out of Waco, Texas. Cairo Ahmad again being 5th. Samson, Donahue, Strayer. Looked like Kim was maybe one of the drivers at the start of this race. Couldn't get around, so 9 drivers total. But for Shep Sullivan, heat race number 1, definitely getting himself into the spotlight and shining bright. 7 seconds on the field here. And you saw it there. You saw the white flag and a little bit of more conservative line this time around, right? Getting himself on that dry line, being a little bit more careful with how he's driving out there. And, again, just wants to bring it on home here. Heat race number 1. This could be one of his first heat race victories on the year for Shep Sullivan. This is huge. A lot of work has gone into getting him into this point, and again, flourishing in the rain. And you talk about home track for this kid. This is definitely going to put a smile on his face for sure. Just got to close it off. 2 more corners to go for Shep. It's the first one done, last corner, and a first time heat race winner. The 212 across the line for DKC for Sullivan Racing. Gets that first heat race win of his career. Checkered flag in the air. Tuttle Blackwood finishes 2nd with Wyatt White dancing on the limit as well across the line in 3rd. Bodie Byer wait for him next with Sampson right behind him. Ahmad, Donahue, and Strayer to close this one off. But Shep Sullivan, again, I would say took to that like a fish to water. We were under rain.
Yeah.
It's getting, no pun intended, but yeah. The pun was intended there, I should say,
Yeah.
Jackson. Who am I kidding? But
going to be hoping that.
Yeah, what a way to start things off for Shep.
Going to be hoping that maybe that rain will carry on tomorrow. And
you got to think as well, that was huge for averages as well. You talk about finishing 4th, and again, his competitors got shuffled there, but that's huge, and I'm excited to see him come into the scales as well. I'm sure he's going to get a huge cheering section for him who's out here with him this weekend. So for Sullivan, that's it. Looks like for the most part, we're getting ready to roll on through with heat race number 2. This could be potentially one of the last ones of the day, but rain still consistent. We get ready to do it again with Mini Swift. Well, here we go. Mini Swift hits the track. And when you look back at heat race number 1, it was Aston Wyatt who was able to get himself with a heat race victory. Brody Stoffel, again, spoke to his mechanic, Phil Pignataro, earlier on today, and he said the kid just needs to be more aggressive, right? Kind of got beat up on that first lap, and it's almost welcoming into the Mini Swift class. Over in the big leagues rook, if you will, for Brody Stoffel. But again, has the pace. He was actually faster than everybody else. Just needs to keep the elbows out in his first start in Mini Swift racing action. Alex Chandler gets ready to again start alongside him on row number 1. Chandler had a good result as well at the end of the first of the heat races. For Tanner Barsh, unfortunately, fell down the order in that first heat race. And you talk about championship situations, you need to be a little bit better than Colton Schneegenberg here in the second of the heat races. And again, the last one of the weekend after what's been getting us behind schedule, if you will, with the wet weather and the tricky conditions that have gotten us to this point. But again, the last one on the day, the last one of the year, really, for these Mini Swift drivers.
Been an up and down day, been not a trial by fire, but definitely a trial by water for everybody out on track And I'll tell you what.
You're getting creative here, Jackson. I like it.
Thank you. Oh, that's trouble for the 125. And
that's
LeGrap, yeah, Gavin LeGrap.
And that's just consistently what we've seen, right? You struggled in that first heat race, unfortunately, and you see that kind of transpire. Somebody's clutch is smoking there in the back of the pack, it looks like. One of the red speeds, maybe, because this is a crawling start out of Brody Stoffel. Taking control, and again, he has the right to go as fast as he wants. He's the pole sitter. He's the pace setter here. And he actually has been called on a jump start earlier on in the year in the Microsub class. So again, just trying not to repeat the same thing.
Right.
Not to be a repeat offender, but unfortunately it looks like maybe the 163 of Jolivet, it's been burning up his clutch. Unfortunately here, you see them smoke as they get on this front stretch, but a crawling start for Stoffel as he gets ready to take him to the green flag. They got it, and we're racing. Once again, an AR Academy Mini Swift.
Chandler back in line immediately. Here comes Schniegenberg with a little bit of a peek. Oh, big spin further back as we'll try to get a number plate for you. That might have been LeGrap. Another one around that, I think one of the CRG cars involved, but Stoffel still at the point. And that might have been Chandler going around because now that lime green helmet is up in his second. So no, Chandler does hold on to P2.
Yeah,
with Schniegenberg right there.
We'll keep an eye on the timing charts when they come back around and see exactly who was involved in that first lap. And again, the rain not helping us out all too much, right? Letting us see who indeed was involved. But that group further back, Schniegenberg, Barsch, they're starting to mix up. It was one of the red speeds for sure. So either Jolivet or LeGrap. Again, two drivers on the red speed, but we'll see it change for a second now. Aston Wyatt nose down low on Alex Chandler. He's clear. Through for a second, and Barsch able to go through on Colton Schniegenberg.
Goes the long way around to get that move done. Very, very gutsy as now further back. Mawayak and Ahmad go to abreast. That'll line up once again. But early gap here for Brody Stoffel. Wyatt battles with Chandler. Here's another look further back. I believe Wyatt trying to make a move on Schniegenberg to drop further back.
Yeah, Moraviet's right there. Kimo Ahmad right behind him. With Clayton Stiles, it looks like the driver that's as well just right in tow with them. And then again, for Stoffel, this has been a much better start for him as one driver into the wall there further back as well. So a couple of them with issues. It's a good number that we've lost. Here we go, taking a look at the live timing here of exactly who we lost on that first lap. I think Steves was maybe one of the ones with issues there. In the 165, LeGrap was for sure, again, issues for him to start this off. But again, there's been a couple that have found themselves off the racetrack here early on.
That was the GFC of Benson Handberg we saw earlier getting help from the marshal. There he is, hopping out of actually that Lando Norris chassis. Excuse me, 117. Schniegenberg getting back in line, trying to get to work on Barsch. And now a big look to the inside from, I believe, Kimo Ahmed. So hard to tell with this lighting as Ahmed actually is looking, goes all the way down to the inside in that Kart Republica machine. That is a big move there. As Mariah, tries to make that move. But Kimo Ahmed just barely able to eke that position out, trying to get one more now on Schniegenberg.
Yeah, it's getting close in between these drivers, right? And you have the sun starting to set just right behind our camera shot there, so it gets difficult to see with the sun head on us, and I can't imagine for these drivers as well, right? As they work their way through. Side by side, Moraviec catches them by surprise. A little bit of a slide job there out of the 177 to get them all done. Is now Schniegenberg goes through, Ahmad going right back, and again, these four giving us a show.
Clayton Stiles was a big domino in that, trying to force three wide.
And then again, right behind them, you can't forget Mace Lasek starting to close in, and he was miles back at the start of this lap, and he's gotten himself well into the mixes now. Barsch as well, looking for third, looking to get it over Chandler. Can't get clear, but it's just very, very close, all around. And this rain has really made it difficult for these drivers. Is now, unfortunately, going around for Lasek. Couldn't hold on. And unfortunately, the 101 finds himself facing the wrong way. on the run to turn number 4 here, Jackson.
Here's another peek as Lasik was maybe looking for a move, but we focus on Barsh trying to take that second place spot from Wyatt, going a little bit deeper on exit, trying to maximize that momentum. But again, all that water on the outside line, and with the sun being right on this racetrack, I don't know if we're going to get the crossover to Dries at this point. We're just getting there. Wyatt with another look there through turn number 10, unable to get there. It looks still far too damp to consider slicks at this point.
Yeah, still, but again, the difference that we have now is, you know, the sun's out, which is actually giving us a very beautiful double rainbow at the exit of our window here. So it's been cool to see, right? Which is why you're seeing it now. So it's been, you know, one of the things. But this track is definitely going to start to dry off as the day goes on. I think maybe even by the time we get to KE Senior at the end of it all. But yeah, you see it, you know, there in the background of your screen. And up front, you know, for Brody Stoffel has been able to keep his gap consistent. Aston Wyatt, it's getting a little bit closer. Is Wyatt able to try and muscle his nitro cart through the hairpins and inch his way closer to the 129 of Stoffel? It's going to be close here, I think, towards the end with about 3 laps to go when they hit the stripe this time by 30 seconds left on the clock. And you see Wyatt visibly just getting that little bit closer and that little bit in that run up to turn number 1. So we'll keep an eye on those two. We'll keep an eye on these two as well. This is actually a much better swing for Barsh considering championship, right? You look at the changes now, right? Barsh puts himself fourth. Schniegenberg finds himself down in 7th. So those points that quote-unquote Barsh lost in heat race number 1, he's going to gain them all back in heat race number 2. So this could be you know, a damage limitation race, if you will, right, in the championship. This isn't bad. Again, he's the favorite by a good margin, which needs to capitalize tomorrow in the main event.
You almost got to imagine at the 10, the approach going into this heat was, hey, if you've got that opportunity, back up. You've got the points. Save it for the final. But again, we need you taking the checkered flag and taking those points, getting that insurance. And I don't know how well he was hitting that, because going into turn 2, it almost seemed like he was trying to give him a Dale Earnhardt bump and run. Alex Chandler using a little bit of the bumper there to force him, but not entirely intentional, shall we say. Twin sticks out, still Stoffel over Wyatt, but this battle for the bottom step of the podium very much alive. Barsh almost over onto the grass there. Again, absolute limit being tested there, out of 11 and onto 12.
Yeah, we've seen that be very close, right? As now, looks like they've the leaders have reached a little bit of lap traffic. It's one of the Burrell Arts. It looks like she's buried in this field. It could be Yomi Vargas in the 181 there, maybe potentially. That would be, I think, one of the drivers that they have kind of caught up to, and I think indeed it was Yomi in the 181. So they're able to get through. And then again, white flag in the air this time by for Stoffel and for Wyatt. And we saw that gap was getting that little bit closer. It opened up the last time around. It's just about a second in between your leader and Stoffel and, again, your second place driver in Aston Wyatt.
One lap to go, and still Stoffel out in front. Something we missed further behind. It looks like Tanner Barsh might have been able to clear Alex Chandler. Yes, he has. You just see it coming into the picture there. But Ashton Wyatt was charging really, really hard. Set the purple lap a couple times back. But 3-lap pace. Fastest man still on track is this man out in front in the 129. And whatever is at the end of that rainbow over there, starting to feel like Brody Stoffel might have found it.
Yeah, again, he's got half a lap to hold on to it, right? Wyatt's been quite good in the rain here this weekend, so we'll keep an eye on it here. And for these drivers, luckily for them, right, they got pretty much what was a wet first heat race, and they're getting it again here on their second heat race. And again, the majority of them were out for 206 Cadet as well, so they got to grips with it there. And again, for Stoffel, he knew what he had to do right at the end of heat race number 1, keep his elbows out. Made the adjustment in heat race number 2, gets the win. and Mini Swift presented by the AR Academy. Aston White across the line to finish second, with Tanner Barsh able to capitalize, regain those points that he just lost in that championship to finish third. Chandler and Moraviec getting ready to cross the line now. Moraviec there rounds up your top 5 with Kimo Ahmad right behind him. And Colton Schniegenberg, your top 7. here we go. It's time to go racing now with your shifters as they get ready to take the green flag in wet conditions. Aiden Rudolph and JP Melchiori on row number 1 with Jordan Musser and Noah Zarsk on row number 2. For Chris Jennings and for Derek Proctor, they won't be taking part in the second heat race here of the afternoon, the last one of the afternoon for the shifters and for all of our classes here this week. And unfortunately getting cut short due to the weather that we have had. It's given us some great views out here and kept us on the edge of our seats as well, for sure, giving us some interesting racing. And as well, same could be said, right, about all the teams, all the hardworking crew. Huge shout out to our camera guys that are out there at the moment, Taylor Burris and Willem Tonkeys, for the hard work they're doing. The entire TSRS crew, as well as everybody out here this weekend. Studio 52, you can get your official pictures, your official event pictures from Ken and Kayla Johnson with Studio 52. And again, they're out there through all the weather conditions, bringing those shots and giving them to you guys. So really cool to see that, and again, all the hard work they do. And again, make sure you stay with us. The banquet is tonight for those of you here in the paddock. Love to see all of you guys there and see some familiar faces and have some dinner at our end-of-year banquets on what's championship weekend here, the fall finale at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. As we're getting ready to go green, Aiden Rudolph and John Paul Mulcorey, who was able to get the first of the whole shots. We'll keep an eye on it now. Green flag in the air, and it's a much better start for Rudolph. Musser now looking for second. He's going to look to get clear on John Paul Mulcorey as Rudolph holds him on to the bottom of the racetrack. And keep an eye on Musser here. Again, he was adamant about getting through for a second. We'll see how he goes to get for the lead, as looks like Rudolph just missed the shifter on the exit. And now JP around the outside looking for a move as Rudolph holds onto it around the inside, and Melchiori able to get through. Musser looking to go by for second. He's clear.
Musser able to get it, tries to get a twofer there as he gets to the front of Melchiori. Another great launch there as we work our way onto the backstretch. Here's another peek at the hairpin. Again, that ability to massage these lines, find where the grip is, find where the traction is. That's the Musser advantage he's got here, and the two Burrells are out like cannons.
Yeah, Jordan Musser with what's been a great start here to this race, and it shows you, right? I'm not sure if he's going down at first, but he'd definitely be close to it. If he's going down at first, going to have to, grab a hold of the clutch again. But again, you saw it out of Rudolph there. They're going so slow, just missed the shift there on the exit of turn number 4, which is what really allowed Melchiori able to get back through and Musser to go back by as well. So the start of that shifter race, getting quite close there in between the 4 on your screen here. And again, Noah Zars right there as well. Looks like Rudolph just struggling. He was good out at Speed Sports in the rain. The first lap really hasn't been kind to the number 7, but we work our way through. Musser showing that experience here in the rain and already starting to pull away from JP, and Noah Zars and Rudolph finding each other within the same bit of real estate on the racetrack now.
Still waiting for Zars to fully discover the pace that number 3 CRG machine has in store, as he had a really, really good Heat 1, was just one position away from standing on the podium, and I believe it was, ironically, that fellow orange and black machine of Aiden Rudolph that kept him from getting into that pivotal position. But still, anyone's game. A little bit of breathing room now for Jordan Musser. Fastest lap last time around. But even JPM is right there now. Big slide from Rudolph as he tries to close that gap to the slower of the Burrells.
As here we go, bottom of the racetrack for JP, looking for that last 10th, if you will. Jordan Musser certainly found it, and can only assume, right? Jordan Musser, local to here to Dallas, Texas, definitely got some experience, especially racing on this layout. Saw him here 2 weeks ago, but I would think he's probably got some experience racing in the rain here as well. So showing why he's been competitive. We'll see if Rudolph can try and steal second from Melchiori. Looking into 11. Gets close. But again, he's knocking on the door of it. And if McCory didn't know, he definitely knows now, Jackson.
Really, really had to go defensive there into 12. Now Rudolph tries to walk the tightrope and go the long way around. Switch back into the first of the hairpins, but Melcori able to fire out of turn number 4. How's turn 5 look? Another attempt at a switch back there from Rudolph, but we saw the great defense from Melcori in the last heat to get that victory in the first of the shifter heats. But man, he's continuing to do it against two very, very eager drivers right now, including Jordan Musser, who again now has a 2.5 second lead over the pack. But again, best of the rest, anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, Musser just looks really comfortable right throughout this middle ground, if you will. I really think I can only assume he's probably using first out there with comparison. Maybe wouldn't be the same for Melcori and for Rudolph and for Zars. It's very easy to make a mistake that way, right? If you are going down to first. And again, Musser with years of experience in his belt, that's really what I think could be the biggest difference in between what he's doing differently to these three younger drivers in the shifter package. And you see it here, very slippery in a turn 2, 3, and even in a 4 here, as Rudolph finally able to send one in on JP Melcori, and as easy as that, JP able to get that over-under and go back for a second. And Dar's just sitting there again, a lot similar to the way he did in that first heat race, just sitting in 4th, hasn't really able to make too much noise.
The art of making 52 horsepower stick to the ground in the wet is not easy. You're asking a lot from the right foot, even more from the hands, in making sure you've got the right gear. But Rudolph continues to try and work on it. Musser doesn't even make it a contest. 3.5 seconds up. The years of experience is very much showing here in the best ways possible. But Melcori continuing to be that great wall of Burrell between both of these CRGs. You've got Zarsk right there. Here's a big lunge from Rudolph, who again has made a handful of lunges, but just has not been able to make anything stick, Caleb.
Yeah, just hasn't been able to make it. But that's exactly what we got to do, right, to make it pass. One of them is eventually going to have to stick, or maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But again, Aiden's definitely been trying out there to get through on the 60 for quite some time now. And then again, these tires, you can, drive them as hard as you want, really to try and, get everything out of them. And this, we're not going to use them tomorrow. No weather in the area. Right. So this is huge. As you see Rudolph deep in the brakes, and then turn number 8, so closing in on the 60 here of Melcori, just hasn't been able to get through yet. Working at it. As, up front, these guys, fighting with each other, and Musser just really able to be out there in control, pulling away from these three. 2 laps to go this time by.
So let me throw this at you, because I think I still have enough fingers on my hands to count how many of the second heats we have before we wrap up Saturday here. The sun has been out. We've seen blue sky for the first time tonight. That's been great. Do we think we're going to reach the point where maybe we cross over and get back on the slicks?
I'm not sure. We did get a lot of rain, right? And I think at some point maybe if it does ever get here, I think, KA Senior is probably the biggest one. But the biggest thing is numbers, right? Having a good amount of full-size, carts out there on the racetrack at once would be the biggest help to it all of pushing this water off the racetrack, getting it off the asphalt. That would be the biggest help. K Junior is probably going to be one of the biggest, swings that we see in the track at the end of that. 206 Senior could even be another one. If we had more shifters, maybe even that would be the biggest help, right? But they use the inside line a little more, so it could help. I think maybe at the end of the day, K Senior is probably that crossover point, or it could even come sooner than that. I'd really love to be proven wrong, but Heat 2, it looks like it's going to be, underwater for the majority of it. And you can use, I think, for the most part, as many sets of rain weather tires as you want. Or actually, I think it might be the other way. You have to stick to one set, but whether you go on a used set or a new set, that's really up to you. It all just depends. And I have to, freshen up on those rules, but I do think you're only allowed to use one set of rain tires on the weekend. As now Rudolph getting himself closer, but unfortunately looks like he won't be close enough to try and get the move done on Melcori as this one comes to an end. For Jordan Musser, though, that should be good enough to promote him to the pole position later on today. With, again, Rudolph winning that first heat race. And now getting himself clear as we'll keep an eye on it here. Last lap, Jordan Musser able to capitalize and come away with a victory in heat race number 2. It's actually Melchori, my apologies, who won heat race number 1. Musser able to get one better this time around. Rudolph in third, Noah Zars, Proctor and Jennings not taking part in this one here. That being said, that's it for Shifter, and Experience reigning supreme at the start of this race and at the end of it as well for Jordan Musser. The 67 Brellart able to capitalize. Your 206 kit cards rolled out onto the track, presented by GR2 Motorsports. And then again, Maverick Reddick and Vettel Baker get ready to lead us to the green flag. That second row of Weiland Galliano, who, again, came to life in the rain. As we get ready to go green into the tram lines, green flag in the air. We're racing in Kid Kart.
Maverick Reddick already trying to put the pressure on that fellow CRG, Vettel Baker, as here comes Willen Galeno into the mix. Further back though, Maxwell and Dudley going side pod to side pod. They'll back out of it. Leaves Xander Rang able to make up a couple of positions, as well as now here comes Booker Anderson on the inside in that 33 machine. I think was just barely able to clear him. That would be for, let's see, believe that's for 5th further back, but Rowan Dudley also going fisticuffs back there.
Yeah, change for 2nd here as Weiland Galliano able to get through on Maverick Reddick. Maxwell now finds himself forward to Dudley. So again, just that little bit of change, if you will. And up front, Baker's really done a good job to keep himself out in front for the majority of this weekend. Unfortunately for him, was only 2nd in that first heat race, where we have seen, Weiland really come to life in wet weather conditions, right? We talked about his last win, his maiden win, if you will, in TSRS racing action was back at Speedsports Racing Park, and it was in just wet conditions. And again, you have that now, right? When we're back here at the Dallas Karting Complex for the likes of Weiland. Funny enough, just watched back the Kid Kart race earlier on, and there's visible frustration for some of these kids. For Reddick, slapping his helmet with just frustration for not driving hard enough. And that's super cool to see out of these young drivers, right? Most of them only 6 years old. And again, showing that pace week after week, showing that they're learning as well. You've seen a lot of progression out of these kids. You've seen it out of Vettel, seen it out of Weiland, and they all have lessons that they learn throughout the year, and you see how much they grow. And this is exactly what this class is for, and having it here. And I'm sure we've seen so many drivers, come out of this class, become national champions in the future. I always talking about of why we have them here, and it's super cool to see, for them being a part of this event. I couldn't tell you how many Kid Kart drivers in the state of Texas that have done this, raced this, gone on to be great drivers in the future. Now, unfortunately, one with issues. Looked like Reddick slow to get off the hairpin there in turn number 9.
We missed a spin as well earlier on. Rowan Dudley in the 7 going for a tumble, but it is all CRG out in front. Baker back to, I believe, Maxwell.
As he had a big jump over the curb, and again, that got him out of shape when they got onto the straightaway, and just allowed Booker Anderson to get that little bit closer to the rear bumper of the 99, and now Anderson looking on the inside. Just didn't get that run on Maxwell, and yellow flags are waving, so one driver is around. I think that might be Vettel Baker.
It is.
The 22 is off the racetrack in turn number 4. That's heartbreak for this young kid. And you see the frustration out of him. Just going to need some help to get back going. That's another spinner further back who goes around.
And that looked like potentially a fairing off kilter as well. We're just seeing them get backed up to full song as Baker gets pushed out. I think one of the Cosmics got involved as well. That's telling me Walker Hale got a piece of that spin as well. So that will give the lead, I believe, to Weiland Galliano.
And that's, a spin out of the lead for Vettel, so unfortunate for him. See where he stacks up at the end of this one as Boudreaux goes around in the 95. As now Maxwell gets himself closer, and again, that's that front fairing that's just sideways for Anderson. Not sure if it's just loose. Didn't really see him have too much contact with anybody else. It could just be a loose front fairing for the 99. And they're going to trade positions, but for Baker, looks like only down to 7th for Vettel. And he's yet to cross the line. I think he's going to cross now, but 7th, that's unfortunate. Is again a spin for the 99 of Maxwell, and that was contact for sure in between the 95 of Boudreaux and Maxwell. So they get together, everybody able to get going, everybody okay. As now into the dirt for Maxwell. That's not going to help his tires out too much. We'll see what it looks like here in this corner. Able to hold on to it. And again, I like seeing that a lot, right? Just leaning into the corners, getting himself moving with the kart. Really cool to see.
Setting up those fundamentals, right? Because you don't necessarily drive a
you
kart.
necessarily don't want to lean into the corner, especially when you're driving a kart. But, you know, getting himself in the groove, if you will, is one of the coolest things.
Body placement, still pivotal.
Yeah.
And what I've been told, kart's not necessarily something you just drive, but you ride, because where your body is, how you're locating your torso, where you're putting that weight on the four corners, equally important. This is probably a little bit emphasized, but these are also 6-year-olds, right? So
correct. That's a good point. We forget sometimes, right? Especially with to me, it's always one of the weirdest things when you look at it and you try and direct and you try and teach more than anything. But at the end of the day, like you said, these kids are in elementary, right? A lot of these kids maybe just getting out of preschool, going into first, second grade, and they're going out there at 30 to 40 miles an hour, right? Driving a car, you know, better than maybe even Dallas traffic, Houston traffic. I know for sure. So it's one thing to note, right? Which is it's crazy to talk about. At the end of the day, these kids are 6, 7, 8 years old. No pun intended. I know you're looking at me, Jackson, but no pun intended. Goodness gracious. And I'm sure they're probably going to be happy to watch this back and hear that I just said that. That was, if that wasn't on your bingo card, I hope it is. And
oh boy,
I know it wasn't on our bingo card for sure, as Maxwell and
Xander
Lorang get collected here in turn number 5. But 2 laps to go here for Weiland Galliano and Maverick Reddick as we get closer to the end of this race.
You subscribe to the theory that everyone believes that wherever they live, the worst drivers are there?
I mean, it just depends, I think, where you go, right? I think everybody complains about Dallas traffic. It's probably just infrastructure highway. I complain about Houston traffic all the time. I don't go much into the city, but it's, I don't know. It's a variety of things. As Weiland actually danced that line, I think, a little bit too much, got himself into the dirt there on the exit of turn number 4, and that didn't help him out much. Luckily for him, Reddick just wasn't close enough to try and capitalize on that mistake out of the 24. So he's able to stay ahead, but white flag will be in the air. Just has to keep it clean, right? Lap and a half, got to keep it together. And I think they will reach a little bit of traffic, as could be Hale, the driver that's just up ahead. Looked like somebody had a spin in turn number 9 as they work their way through. But again, it's getting closer. You see that gap visibly just closing down here, Jackson.
Son of Josh Reddick, Maxwell Reddick, right there on the tail of Galliano. This battle has actually tightened up surprisingly close in the closing sections of the last time we'll see the kid karts out on track. Fastest lap last time for Reddick, just to give you guys an idea, that is a 1:16.979. Booker Anderson in third as well. Had a relatively quiet race behind the wheel of the 33, just the way he likes it. Not necessarily within striking distance of anyone, but Beckett Bourdreau still trying to close that gap as well. All eyes, though, on Galliano to see if he can get this job done or if Reddick can get him at the buzzer.
Reddick's sending it. You see him just on that limit, right? Turn number 5, you saw him just go through our frame, and he's just pushing out there. The 75 definitely finding some pace, and you saw it there. Maybe felt like he was a little bit too conservative in that first heat race. Looking to find some paces. They're working through some traffic now. They're getting through on Hale. White gonna get through. Galliano, sorry, gonna get through on Hale. Is now, unfortunately for Reddick, that's probably gonna not help him out too much, having some lap traffic in the way as there's a spinner. Reddick goes around, hits the wall, looking to keep it going. He's gonna hold on a second. Just had to take evasive action, but that kid, that's the second time he's been on the wall here this weekend, and just no quit attitude out of the 75 to get through. But for Weiland Galliano, able to close out a perfect Saturday afternoon to take away 2 heat race victories for Reddick. Finished second. Vettel Baker as well. You talk about no quit attitude. That kid was beached. And to get himself up to 5th, I think it might be even higher here at the end of this race. See if he was able to make a little bit of more headway at the end. Beckett Boudreau getting sets across the line now. Actually, Vettel Baker, so there you go. You talk about, a driver who was off the racetrack, getting himself up to 4th. That's a great drive out of Vettel Baker in the 22.
Screams consistency to me, right? Because that wasn't necessarily the only thing that set him back, was something that was a little bit out of his own hands. and really kept all four wheels in the right spot for the remainder of the heat. So wheel to wheel, a little bit of camaraderie there as we head into the pits. But that'll be it for Kid Karts as we set the stage back to the two strokes and back to the remainder of the Briggs power plants. It's KA Juniors on deck, though, brought to you by GR2 Motorsports.
Heat 2 for KA Junior, presented by P1 Engines. Getting ready to go green with Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Easton Cox. On row number 1, Matthew Cagle and Royce Vega. On row number 2, Nico Orbezo, Golseth. And it stays the same as what we saw earlier. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the rain. Again, didn't flinch. Was able to keep himself out in front the entirety of the race. Matthew Cagle followed him to come across the line in second, but we get ready to get going here once again, Jackson.
Going to be all eyes on what Nico Orbezo can do from P5. Same with Nathan Golseth, as both of them will try to work to the point together to try and maximize those points. Same for David Ibarra back in 12th, but one of our bigger fields of the day, north of 20 karts. And again, we saw that domination earlier on from Tyrone Kemper Jr. Track a little bit less damp now, so we'll see if that same domination will come or if Easton Cox can bring the heat against that number 1 plate.
Here we go. The kid out of NOLA starting on the inside. Looking to close this championship weekend on a high. Close the Saturday on a high here as well. Green flag in the air. We're racing in KA Junior.
And Kemper Jr. gonna lead him out here. One kart spinning further back. I believe that was Ruiz around. And another one around. Oh my goodness,
Royce
couple
Vega.
of vetted. Royce Vega involved. And one of the Arcane karts, not entirely sure who. But we'll try to get a number plate for
I think
you
it could
in
have
a
been
second.
maybe Teddy Blum there, the driver that was involved, is now up front. Matthew Cable getting creative, looked on the inside into the chicane, and it looked like just maybe he was going to have an answer there in a turn 6 to try and go for a move there. Couldn't get it done there on the exit, but here we go.
Already you feel like you're seeing more pressure from
early
Eaton
on.
Cox compared to what we saw with Kemper Jr., from Cagle, who's already up 1 spot and is right on the rear bumper of that 1 plate of TKJ, using all that curbing to the advantage. Peaks to the inside, now goes outside as we cross the stripe for the first time. Kemper Jr. just a little bit wide there. Big kick up of water and an attempt of the over-under from Cagle. Is there enough momentum? Not quite. Kemper Jr. able to hang on to it.
Yeah, Cagle already, right, looking for that move, looking for that gap out there on the racetrack. And I'm sure when he came in, definitely had a talk with Austin Garrison on where he could have gone and where he could have tried to make a move. You saw there Royce Vega out of this race early, unfortunately for him. After contact at the start of the race, it looked like could have been indeed with Teddy Blum, driver the 800 with Arcane Motorsports. He finds himself down in 17th, unfortunately. So that was the driver we made contact with. As we follow here up front with Orbezo, and now the battle for the lead again. Matthew Cagle looking for the move. And like I was saying, right, definitely had a talk with Austin Garrison and Cervelli. Unfortunately, that comes undone into turn number 10. Cagle goes around. Unfortunate turn to it all for Cagle.
So that will put Easton Cox right back into P2, followed by the fastest man on track for the time being, Ibarra. They'll trade positions further back side by side. Cox able to hang on to it just for the time being, but another lunge on the outside. Just barely able to hang on. They continue to trade positions as another lunge there from that CRG of Ibarra. And third time's the charm, as there was another one further back. Jackson Baldus getting the fangs out.
Yeah, and again, obviously, Baldus came in with so much speed. So, you know, we'll see. that was close, right? And again, to Jackson's defense, right, he had nowhere to go besides to try and find some room in that corner. And again, he's coming in carrying so much more speed than all these drivers that have been going side by side for a couple of corners. We'll keep a look at it. Definitely got close there. Nothing egregious for sure. As they work their way through, there's Golseth with Orbezo right behind him. But we get through last couple corners here, and again, Golseth, you talk about even not able to get going after that spin on the outlap, having to work his way through the field, and now having to do it again, right, after starting 6, and it looked like he didn't get the best of starts that put him down in the order. Is now Baldus on Easton Cox, the 2 high fives. Gonna trade positions. That's Jackson up to 3rd.
Ibarra up 10 positions. Baldus up 5 as well for Oscar Gus Wonderlay, who we haven't really talked about too much this weekend, but still some great moves. Here's another big lunge from Davis Henry and Oscar trying to get through. That was aggressive.
That was Henry up in the air, unfortunately, there. So that's a pretty big contact in that mid-pack. H. Bailey's right there as well. But yeah, that was close. Tucker Trebe right there. And then Matthew Cagle looking to work his way back up to the front of the pack. As now Carson Berry looking for a move. Contact for Carson. Sends it deep into turn number 8. And again, it shows you, right, everybody just looking to make moves. And sadly, right, just overstepping that line a little bit forces that little bit of contact. So unfortunate there for Carson, and that's going to shuffle him down, as now we have that pass further up. Nathan Golseth able to get through on Easton Cox.
And again, we're seeing this level of aggression because it's looking like less points are suddenly up for grabs. No third heat, so you've got way less time to get those points, get yourself in the prime position, and get yourself ready for the main event. But again, you are eager to grab as many points as quickly as possible. Another bit of a peak there from Wonderlei, not able to fully get there. But boy, the 809 as well, really getting bangs out of Haley Stone. That's one cart around, that's the 888. And I believe that's Hudson Thomas who has gone around in turn number 8 it is. This battle continues here with the 827 of George Bailey. And around the outside there, I believe Haley Stone just able to get that move done in the CRG.
Yeah, Gage Bailey there in the Carlos Sainz machine as Easton Cox pointing down to the engine. And then again, it looks like he's not happy with something. Orbezo down in 10th. He's fallen off that little bit as well. And here's that look further up as Matthew Kegel's finally been, picking them apart one by one, able to get through after it was a really good start. And you talked about it, right? Really competitive, firing off on all cylinders to start things off and get himself into the mix and into the fight. Hasn't been the case here in this heat race. So there you go. You're saying Stone, right? In the 809 in the Pantano, she finds herself right in this mix with Orbezo. They were going back and forth. Orbezo able to go through for 9th again. So just back and forth movement, right, for all these drivers making moves here, looking for spots and also looking for that traction, like we've said so many times with the changing conditions. And again, you talked about that crossover point. This KA Junior is going to help us get there that little bit sooner, right? The amount of drivers that are out there, the side-by-side action, moving water off the racetrack, that's beneficial to allow that track evolution to occur.
Last lap by Tyrone Kemper Jr., 105.604, 106.217 for David Ibarra. So no one able to really find that pace that Kemper Jr. has on track right now. But man, getting back to Orbezo, it has been a roller coaster day and frankly a roller coaster season for that 808 Tony Kart driver, as he's now dropped back 3 positions from the start, still trying to close that gap to Kegel. Kegel actually able to do a pretty significant job of recovering here, still out in front of Orbezo. But starting to see the field really dilute here as we're starting to wind things down in our final heat of the day for KA100 Junior.
Yeah, so here you go, a couple of updates from race control. The 876, that's Jackson Baldus. A 5-second avoidable contact penalty heading his way at the end of the race. The same for the 839 of Oscar Gus Wonderlei with a 10-second passing under yellow. And again, that's just for safety purposes. So unfortunate for Oscar, who again has had a really good run in this heat race, and unfortunate as well for Jackson Baldus. That hard work is going to come undone, unfortunately, at the end of this heat race. For Tyrone Kemper Jr., same story that we saw in heat race number 1, right? Talk about a championship weekend, a championship drive in the first 2 heat races on the Saturday.
Really nobody able to match him on pace, on skill, in these conditions at least. We'll have to wait and see what tomorrow brings, and if anyone is able to have anything dialed in enough to beat the Dynamo in that number 1 machine. And it's not looking great for Easton Cox, who was really looking for an opportunity to capitalize on that P3 start. Now down in 13th, right behind Pasha Ali and Davis Henry. Not too far behind, but with the checkered flag out, Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to continue this dominant Sunday. Ibarra home not too far behind, and it'll be Golseth who filters through to get that bottom step of the podium, with Wonderlei and Gage Bailey right behind.
And there you go, black and checkered for Tyrone Kemper Jr., able to get the win. Ibarra, Golseth, Gus Wonderlei, and you see that penalty finally being applied, down to 13. Unfortunately, Baldus' penalty put him down to 6. That's your top 5. We'll take a quick break from the action. When we return, 206 Senior gets ready to go green.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, You don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Your 206 juniors get ready to hit the racetrack, or 206 seniors. My apologies, getting ahead of myself here. James Overbeck, Dylan Amundsen, Reagan Seville, and Cameron Reed, first 2 rows out there on the racetrack with Jacob Oliver and Kelvin Zing on row number 3. Again, Zing looking for a little bit of a better heat race after going for a spin in a turn number 8. The same for Frank and a couple of more. And again, just got news for those of you in the paddock maybe that haven't checked the Discord for all official news. For those of you at home, we're going racing in heat race number 3, not tonight, tomorrow. So we are doing all 3 heat races on what, again, TSRS did a great job of listening and giving that heat race tomorrow, which means we're behind the paywall from 8 a.m. All the way into the championship main events. Good for the competitors and the good on the part of TSRS for listening to their customers. And I'm excited, right? We're going racing from sunrise to not sunset tomorrow, but that being said, we're going racing now. Green flag in the air in 206 senior, and Dylan Amundsen starting off on the right foot, getting himself to the lead of the race here in seniors. One driver off, Jeff Dolian finds himself into the grass. Looks like a little bit of contact slowed him down, bogged him down, and one driver way off the racetrack here as well, one of the CRGs, and not sure exactly who that was, but went way off there. One of the Reed Motorsports drivers out of Louisiana that was off the racetrack is now Overbeck starting to apply the pressure here on Dylan Amundsen, but we're getting close here to that crossover point. It looks like maybe throughout this infield section, but turns 1, 2, 3, still very damp here, Jackson.
It is, and thankfully we got a relatively good field here, 20 or so karts that are going to help us with cleanup duty here and getting that track dry. You can still see right here a couple of puddles on driver's left through the cones, and still a pretty solid sized rooster tail. That is not enough though to distract James Overbeck, who is trying to close that gap and snatch that lead right back from Dylan Amundsen, who will try the late apex Seville right there as well. And you look further back, Cameron Reed, Kelvin Jing, old freight train further back. Here's a look from Overbeck, trying a crossover, not enough. Another look potentially into 6, but not able to get there. And now he's got a rear bumper full of Seville.
Reagan Seville officially joining the party here, getting himself to 3rd. As everybody else single file back to McKeithen now, who's the driver who finds himself in the 4th spot with Cameron Reed. Zing in line, Frank in line, Oliver all nose to tail, trying to close in on these top 3 that have just been that little bit better. And again, just had that better room on the opening laps to really put down that gap. For Amundsen, you know, not surprised to see how good he is in the rain. You know, out of the state of Florida, going to be used to these type of, if you will, conditions. As Seville now drops a tire into the mud, and again, just put himself off, and right after that, looking to clean off those tires, right, as best as possible. But dropping that tire, not going to help him out at all. It's further back, Kelvin Zing, Frank, looking to work their way through on Cameron Reed. Oliver looked to go as well, and he couldn't get clear. But again, the 2 MGM AR Academy karts able to work their way through on the Reed Motorsports CRG, and Oliver looking to go by as well, looking on the inside of 4. He's not going to get there.
We've seen a lot of perseverance from Cameron Reed this season, despite having a couple of setbacks throughout the year, whether it was mechanicals or other incidents. Early on in heats, has battled back to heat wins, to final podiums or main event podiums. Unfortunately, still falling back a little bit further than they would want at this point, but they're watching Frank and Zing continue to go at it just a little bit further up the road. That is going to set off a little bit of fireworks in their noggin, as that'll help them hopefully close that gap.
Yeah, you'll see those two work together quite nicely here in this race, just looking to get themselves up closer to the 619 of McKeithen. As you look at it now, Overbeck was fastest. Everybody improving, must be said, but nobody improved more than Christopher McKeithen on lap number 3. Able to put it down a flyer of 109.692 in the rain. McKeithen able to close in on the top 3, looking to get himself up there. And again, his main contender, or competitor, I should say, in the championship is Reagan Seville. McKeithen was able to get that better result in heat race number 1. For Seville, who was sent facing the wrong way in this very corner here after some contact, no fault of his own, got sent facing the wrong way. Found himself with some work to do, was able to get it done in the end to get himself back up to 4th, which was a great result for Seville. And now, much better start, right? Night and day difference to what he's had in the second heat race, and able to stay ahead of McKeithen here in the second heat race. Now with heat race number 3 back into the picture, that'll be something to keep an eye on as James Overbeck look to have a go inside of turn 8. And same story that we've seen throughout this, or turn number 9, I should say, same story that we've seen throughout the weekend, right? Go for a move, and more often than not, that inside line, it's just hard to make it stick because you just send yourself, sliding wide on the exit. That outside line, beneficial when you talk about rain racing. As now Seville looking over to the side, looking at the engine, as McKeithen able to work his way through.
Championship leader, last thing they want right now is an engine issue there for that 600. But Amundsen continues to lead Overbeck. And if you're Seville and McKeithen, you gotta embrace the power of friendship right now and try and close that gap to these two. But of course, in the blink of an eye, this can become a 4-cart freight train very, very quickly. Amundsen able to find a little bit more breathing room now. But again, with how close these drafts are, that's a big slide from Seville there, coming out of 7 as he tries to get to the tail of the 648. But very quickly, it's become a 4-cart breakaway, and Christopher McKeithen with the fastest lap so far clearly has the pace in that 619, just does not have the space to put it anywhere yet.
Yeah, I'm really not. I'm curious to find out what exactly was, Seville looking at on the right side of his kart. He felt like he was, I couldn't even tell you, right, exactly what he thinks is wrong, diagnosing it myself, just couldn't tell you what was amiss on that TKG machine, where he, again, was passed by McKeithen, because he's been arguably one of the better drivers in the rain in 2025, as now McKeithen going to look to go on teammate James Overbeck. He's clear.
That'll open the door for Seville, though, to potentially go with someone. He likes Overbeck on the outside, now sets it up for an over-under. We'll try to get a twofer, and we'll get it. Not quite yet. We're 3 wide here coming into turn 6. Who's going to lift off?
And it was Seville on the inside. Seville, and again, that could be a championship move out of Seville, right? You're going wheel to wheel, door to door with your main competitor in the championship, and that was mature, I think, start to finish out of Seville. And maybe, right, racing drivers at the end of the day, who's going to give? Seville thought bigger picture. I'm sure they thought about that number 1 maybe going on his kart in 2026, and maybe that's what does it for him, right? That's what avoids trouble. Now, with, I'm not sure if he knows, but with heat race number 3 in the morning tomorrow, that could be what he needs. That could be the swinger, or it could also go the other way, right? Maybe not going for the move there. Maybe he waits a little bit, a second longer, and McKeithen pulls back. So it could be 2 things, right?
It's hard for me to imagine that extra heat means you need to be more aggressive in that moment, because that's adding more time, adding more opportunities.
It's usually the opposite, right? And it's usually the opposite when you get to heat 3. After you've had, whatever you've had in the first 2 heat races, you look back at heat race number 3 and you're like, all right, I have this result. I just need to finish. I just need to have a good result. I just need to, capitalize in whatever way I can. And now you see him just looking to take him on, just one at a time as Overbeck holds on the outside, able to stay clear of Reagan Seville.
Chops the nose off him there to keep it.
Yeah, and again, really what you got to do, right? Nothing egregious, nothing over the line, but these two just aggressive driving out here. And again, Seville's going to try it again, and James is going to try to hold on to it again. And there you go. Better line, over-under for Seville. Waiting a corner longer. That's what you get out of it, right, for Reagan. Recollecting, bringing everything together with the white flag in the air.
Getting spicy up front now because Amundsen has had the point, but all of a sudden, McKeithen is right there in the mix. It's become a 2-cart breakaway. And McKeithen, who came into this second heat just outside of the top 5, has fought tooth and nail for this opportunity. This could be a really solid chunk of points for him. Not sure where a championship run would look like for him at this point, but a win, definitely a phenomenal way for the 619 to end his season. Tucked in just a handful more opportunities to try and make this move for the league, Caleb.
Yeah, McKeithen getting closer here. Amundsen just right ahead of him. And again, when you look at Dylan, only round he's run all year, so just here to play spoiler, here to get a win for VLR after what was a successful Grand Nationals for them. Again, having Dylan back is, I'm sure, a smile on their faces. Now McKeithen looking to deny him, looking on the inside of 9, and he couldn't make it stick. Dylan Amundsen got in front at the start of the race, stayed in front, checkered flag in the air. Amundsen, your winner in heat race number 2, to Christopher McKeithen and Reagan Seville in 3rd. Overbeck and Zing, your top 5. Heat 2, getting ready to go green here for heat race number 2 in 206 Cadet, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. And then again with further announcements, with the warm-ups now are not in the picture for tomorrow on Championship Sunday. The heat race now taking its place. There's more time as well. Or for those of you here in the paddock that are joining us, don't forget to join us for the banquet that is going on tonight. It'll be in the middle of the paddock by the registration barn. Don't forget, pick up some food, join us, and enjoy some food and again some company as well with everybody that we've spent the year traveling with, right, from Amarillo to NOLA to Louisiana, or NOLA is in Louisiana, everywhere, you know, in the South region. Make sure to come out here and join us. We'll be there. We're excited to see you guys there as well. So, and as well, enjoy something that's not racing related, if you will, together here at the end of the day. But we're getting ready to go green here with our 206 Cadets, Jackson.
Drew Blem looking to get things started on pole alongside Liam Haswell. Looking just a little bit further back, Brody Stoffel and Mason Leschek looking a little bit further back. Wyatt White, Mikey Todd, Caleb Roberts, Adrian Vargas, Clayton Stalls, and Yamaro Gellas Vargas rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, well, here we go. For Liam Haswell, looking for a much better result in heat race number 2 compared to what he had in the first of the heat races. Drew Blem as well looking to capitalize in whatever way that he can. Mikey Todd as well needing a good result here today. We'll keep an eye on it all. But we're getting ready to go green. And at the end of heat race number 1, Stoffel was able to get the better of Blem. and Adrian Vargas, who rounded up your top 3. But we look at it into the tram lines for 206 Cadet, presented by Speed Concepts. We're green. And it's a good start for the inside line. Liam Haswell through for the lead of the race. One spinner further back. As everybody looking to work their way by. Dusty Strayer looking for a move down low. Side by side throughout this field. Everybody looking for a little bit of real estate. Styles, unfortunately, into the grass on the exit of turn number 4. And now the battle for the lead heats up. Blem with an over-under looking for the lead. And into the chicane. He gets it. Now right behind him, Mace Lasek to Stoffel to Mikey Todd. Wyatt White and Aston Wyatt. All single foul line. As Stoffel now looking to go into turn number 8. He's clear.
Slots right in front of that LN chassis, is right behind. Mikey Todd tries to get to work as well. A whole wave of CRGs now starting to swallow this OTK. We've got a multi-car infinite Dusty Strayer, who we saw with that big move into the second turn earlier, get collected. Here's the battle for the lead.
Yeah, Hayden Sampson was the other driver collected in that one, as well as Liam Haswell looked to go for the lead of the race on Drew Blem. Couldn't get through, as now Stoffel gets to the rear bumper of Haswell. And we'll see what they do as they work their way by this time around. And then again, Blem, we saw him get that over-under move. We've seen Haswell be competitive, but that little bit of a mistake in a turn 4, not going to help him out at all. He slots back in the line, wastes no time to get back in line and into third.
Stoffel starting to lead that whole freight train further back, and that is going to be a penalty for the 202 as the, well, goes around. Was going to say a jump start penalty for the 202, but he also manages to spin, so trouble there for Liam Haswell.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Liam Haswell. And again, you talk about bad luck in heat race number 1, the exact same transpiring here in heat race number 2. Yeah, that's just bad sequence of events there for Liam. And again, that jump start didn't help him out at all. But yeah, unfortunate turn of events is now Mace Lasek. It's like he's falling under fire here to the 254 of Anderson. Beckley Anderson, that is. And that's one of the better starts that Beckley's been able to get here. Get herself up to 8th. Caleb Roberts right behind her to what is now Hayden Sampson. The 291 is down to 19th. The 288, the other Sampson, that is Sebastian Sampson, and the 288 finds himself up to 10th with Sebastian Kim right behind him in 11th. That being said, the battle for the lead starting to close down. Brody Stoffel getting that little bit closer to Drew Blum here.
And Ashton Wyatt starting to get a seat at the table as well, but a big freight train further behind. It's Mace Lasek leading them all with Beckley Anderson falling back. Sebastian Simpson and Caleb Roberts looking to get a way through. Here's a peek from the 224 of Wyatt White. Now he'll lead the point with Beckley in that pink suit trying around the outside to get there. But that Lando Norris cart of Lasek closes the door. Beckley able to get it done in one cart, backing into the barriers.
Caleb
That's
Roberts.
the 231. Caleb Roberts with a moment.
Yeah, Caleb Roberts, unfortunately, they're facing the wrong way around into turn number 8. Puts him out of the picture, but up front, Brody Stoffel was able to get the win in heat race number 1, heat race number 2, putting together a good couple of results on Saturday to get himself to the lead. And now Aston Wyatt, a little bit of a slide there in turn 2, got himself through for a second, looking to go by now on the inside of turn 4. Just keeps Blem on the outside. Wyatt able to get clear for second.
Use a little bit of the side pod to get it done, but again, textbook move there using the S's, the hang to the inside and diving on the brakes to get that move done. That is an expensive move though, because you can see how far ahead now Brody Stoffel has cleared them about easily 5 or 6 kart lengths. Ashton Wyatt separating as well. And further back, we join a pair of CRGs here with
Benjamin Osborne in the mix there, with Liam Haswell already starting to make a little bit of headway to get himself back to where he was at the start of this race. He's able to get that move done. Sadly for him, right after going around, that penalty's still going to get slapped on top of whatever result he's able to come away with it. But he's put together a really good drive this week, and if anything, right, when drivers get themselves to this point, it's a good learning experience. It's been that way for sure for Liam, but that was a big off for one driver there of what I think, was Sebastian Sampson, actually, on the OTK that found himself just on the rim of the racetrack, into the mud, able to hold on to it, but that was close for sure. As we follow along with Mikey Todd, he's falling under fire here to Mace Lay second. You see him, right, just busy on that visor, trying to wipe it off, trying to keep it clean, keep as much visibility as possible. And again, that's not easy, especially with the sun setting right on his eyes. With that clear visor there for Mikey, unfortunately.
And again, despite this track not having rain coming down, these karts still producing a pretty solid spray from those rear tires. And no tear-offs or anything for these kids, so just using Old Faithful and using your glove to clean it when you can. But Lasik continuing to try and chip away right now at Mikey Todd, trying to get back into the top 5. Your biggest mover so far, Ashton Wyatt, with handful positions gained. Adrian Vargas up 4 as well.
Well, here we go. This is the battle that we have here, as it looked like Blem might have lost another one to Adrian Vargas, who was able to get clear for the 3rd spot. Now he's going to look to make some headway here. Going to get himself a little bit closer to Aston Wyatt and Blem. See that front bumper? A lot of dirt kicked up on it. And again, whenever you do start first, unfortunately, you are the first one to reach most of those trouble spots, right? You are the first one to get there. You are the first one to see that dirty side of the racetrack, if you will, where your competitors are looking at you, right? Using you as a gauge. And unfortunately for him, just hasn't really had the pace here in the second heat race. Had it in qualifying for sure, but didn't have the pace here in the second of the heat races. As one driver has lost a tire, and that's Haswell. Liam Haswell, unfortunately, out of this race. Yellow flags are going to be waving throughout the section. Luckily, the TSRS officials are going to have enough time to get that thing moved out of the way. But again, it looked like that just rear hub slid, and again, just slid right off the axle.
Yep. Broadside, middle of the track. That's a scary spot to be, but glad everybody was able to take care of that. Picking up another battle further back. This is the 291 of Sampson.
Aiden
battling
Sampson, that is, and he's actually lapped at the moment, so Aston Wyatt's going to try and get through. Aiden was one of the drivers that we saw around with Dusty Strayer throughout this section here in the chicane. And again, it shows you, right? He's able to stay ahead of Aston. It just shows you the pace that he's had. But again, just for one reason or another, stuff not going, this race not going the way that he would have liked at the start of it. But we're getting close to the end here. White flag should fly this time around for Brody Stoffel. And again, I talked a little bit earlier, touched upon the learning curve that he's had. For him, racing in the rain has not been a learning curve for sure. He's been knocking on the door at his first win in 206 Cadet. If he's able to go back-to-back this weekend, again, with championships all wrapped up, he would ultimately promote himself a good number of spots here in the 206 Cadet Championship. But this would be a huge win for him on a class that's been super competitive with 20 drivers week in, week out. And this would be huge to capitalize the year on moving up and finally getting that win that he's worked so hard for in 206 Cadet. He's getting himself within a good margin. Again, still got one more heat to go to close things off, but 229 doing a good job for sure. Aston Wyatt, same can be said for him, consistently, right? Keeping himself in second, keeping himself in the conversation. And we talk a championship as well. This is huge for Aston Wyatt on his final cadet season, finally moving up next year, putting a close to this cadet career, if you will, that he's had. Always a factor for Aston. Adrian Vargas as well to come across P3. That's a couple of good results for Adrian in the 233, but for Brody Stoffel, black and checkered in the air. He's going to come across the line to win heat race number 2 on 206 Cadet. Aston Wyatt with a good result in second, to Vargas, to Drew Blem in fourth. Mikey Todd going to round up your top 5.
Mace Lesick bringing it home in 6th, Wyatt White in 7th. Benjamin Osborne up a solid 10 positions to bring it home in 8th. Sebastian Sampson up 6, another tenner for Benton Hale, who brings that 267 home in P10.
KA Masters coming up next, and that leaves us with only 3 sessions to go on this Saturday. That's just, again, 3 races, or 4, I should say, with 2 of the KA senior classes getting ready to hit the racetrack at the end of the order. Don't forget, stick around for the banquet. Excited to see you guys there. But with some pickup coming underway here in a couple of moments, gives us the perfect time to step aside. Quick commercial break from our side, but you're watching the fall finale of the Texas Sprint Racing Series live on Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
KA Masters presented by High Five Performance hits the track with Greg Welch and Kogan Wright looking for a little bit of a better luck in heat race number 2. And ready to start on row number 1 with John Mosey and Evan Kozak on row number 2. Pierce Baldus and Janae Din on row number 3 with Miguel Muir and Brent Harper. Back to Daniel Howie, your 9 drivers that are taking the green flag with us here this weekend. The final round of 2025. Martin Stone will be with us tomorrow for Heat 3 and for the main event. And we'll keep an eye on it here. Greg Welch, it's been better than everybody else so far. We'll see if he can keep it up for one more heat on Saturday afternoon, night, if you will. We're getting close, right?
Getting to the
6:13,
evening,
yes,
getting
sir.
to the evening zone. Hey, all eyes on Miguel Muir here from 7th. Again, needs to close that gap in the championship, needs to grab all the points he can. So from 7th, we'll be trying to work his way up to the point, but Greg Welch going to try to run it back from the front. Kogan Wright alongside him in the 407 with John Mosey and Evan Kozak ready to put the pressure on. Green flag out. We're racing for the last time today in KA 100 Master.
Side by side, one driver around. I think that might have been Howie with Pierce Baldus, it looks like.
It's Mosu for sure.
Yeah, John Mosey and Pierce Baldus. This is massive.
Oh my gosh.
As far as championship implications go, and Pierce Baldus knows it. I don't know about getting himself back onto the track, but Miguel Mir now finds himself, again, it wasn't the best of starts for Mir either. He's down in what looks to be 7th, but that's huge. It was Mosey. Like you said, Wright was good.
And Smoke.
Should be good, just kind of getting re-fired up, and you're used to seeing that, but that rear bumper heavily damaged. I think it might be that rear axle could be bent with it hopping like that, but this is massive for Pierce Baldus with a DNF to his name. That puts him not any good, but again, luckily for him, Miguel Mir isn't any better, finding himself down the order almost at the back of the pack here. But the first lap under full song now, green flag in the air. That's unfortunate really for Baldus, and Mir really, for him, gonna have to take advantage of trying to make up some positions here. If he wants a good result, wants us to pay off really.
Mir on the
he's going
move here.
side by side with Daniel Howie, and Janae Din gets close there, but just looking for a way around the high five performance machine of Daniel Howie.
Still trying to work the inside there on Howie and just not able to get that move done. Nearly throws the side pod to him in the run into turn number 8. Again, a little bit of a flick to the left that opens the corner up, more than kind of taking the track to the left. So again, great opportunity, one of the best overtaking opportunities on track aside from turns 1 and 2. And right now, Mir still doing everything he can to try and work his way through. Din dropping back down to 7th, but still Greg Welsh, fastest lap of the race, out in front, no pressure behind.
Yeah, just like you said, untouched really to start off heat race number 2. It's Kozak, you see him just going that little bit wide on the exit of 3, dancing that limit. And again, starting to apply the pressure here to Kogan Wright a little bit. Hasn't been able to make all too much headway, but is getting himself closer. Brent Harper right behind him to Howie. And more as they work their way through. About half a car length in between those two drivers on your screen there. Even less than that as Harper now looks to go ascend on the inside with a red flag in the air. So we are going to take a break from the action, but red flag is in the air.
Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Getting ready to go racing here once again in KA Masters, and can't confirm everybody is okay. We're ready to do it all over again. Just gonna continue on with this race. Green flag in the air for Greg Welch and company. Kogan Wright up to second. As now Mir looking to go by on Daniel Howie, looking on the inside, side by side in between the two. Howie able to stay ahead now, looking to go on Harper as Welch already starting to extend his gap, and Howie looks to go on Harper. He's clear, makes that move stick.
Mir now trying to clear it, not enough, but now here comes Harper on the outside as we work through the 6 and 7 S's. Still not enough momentum there. And we'll stay single file for the time being, but another look further back as here comes Howie once again on the outside of that Kart Republic machine. But again, Harper able to park it on the inside, 2x2 on the exit there.
And that was, they all had to check up pretty much there as Kogan Wright, Evan Kozak, like they were fighting as well. And now Miguel Mir looking to take advantage, and as he goes through on Brent Harper. So a couple of moves, a couple of position changes in between these drivers, and nobody been able to change positions as Greg Welch here in heat race number 2 throughout this weekend, really. Welch just able to pull away as right now sliding on the exit of turn 2.
Tries that hang and dive on the inside. What a move from Kozak if he's able to stick it. Big wiggle on the exit there. And Wright able to hold on for the time being, but Kozak looking to mount that move once again. Howie and Mir still waiting in the wings. And it's only fitting that the guy behind the over-under racing machine keeps on trying to throw these over-unders. Now rolls the momentum to the outside, working towards a late apex there. And here he goes again. Big dive there. Tried parking the bus and just is barely able to clear him. So Kozak up into second. And now Howie and Mir try to go through as well.
Work our way through, and again, Mir just picking them off one by one, able to get through on Wright, able to get himself up to 4th. Howie as well has been, again, making those moves. So they've all kind of gotten stacked up as Kozak took him a while, finally able to get that move done and make it stick for second. But again, in comparison, that's going to stack everybody else. So I'm not sure what the biggest difference we're going to see compared to heat races to, you know, with the DNF. It's definitely not going to help the average of Pierce Baldus when you think about championship coming out of the weekend. Baldus came in 50 points above with that better drop for him as well. But again, you got to think about the main event is really where the good chunk of points comes down to it.
Cool running still for Welsh, as Howie had a little bit of a look there coming out of turn 10. And this is evolving into a battle from third on back to about fifth right now. A little bit of a nudge there from the 477 of Miguel Muir. Daniel Howie, you can see Howie going a little bit middle of the track there to try and defend if we'll protect from this big lunge to the inside here as Muir tries to get that move done using the side pod to get up into third.
And again, he just went for the move there. And the biggest thing that you know, right, you look at the groove. When you talk about it, the, if you will, racing line, the drier part of the racetrack, the part where you're going to have the most traction away from the puddles. He was able to keep his Cruise Racing Development machine right on that. And again, it almost, unfortunately, forced Howie to just sit on the edge of it, right? And at some point, something's got to give. And Howie just had to lose the position. No other way to it. And Mir able to work his way through. Again, elbows out racing, clean racing for Mir to get clear on Daniel Howie, and was able to get that move done there. So get a move out of the 477 to get clear for third. With 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. I think Kozak may just be a little bit out of reach in this as we're getting close to the end of this race, but anything can happen as we've seen already this weekend, Jackson.
For sure, the battle for P3 still alive, as already you see Howie trying to get to work to take that spot back from Miguel. Very, very late apex there. Bit of a ship from right in the 407 trying to take that spot back. Not quite there yet, but again, we look at Howie, who started at the very front of the field. Has dropped back significantly, has had plenty of time to study these two gentlemen in front, and knows the opportunities. More often than not, going to be right here. This move into the turn 8 and 9 apex, but also a big fan of that secondary one, as now he's exposed to Brent Harper, who tried to get that move done. Not able to get it, and one more lap to go for Greg Welsh. Evan Kozak just barely in the clear, but Mir still trying to hold off this hard-charging freight train. Daniel Howie, Brent Harper, and Kogan Wright.
Yeah, we'll see as, again, white flag in the air. And on Saturday, the 445 of Greg Welch just won't be denied. Here, he's just, again, been better than everybody else, faster than everybody else, and just more comfortable than everybody else here at the Dallas Karting Complex. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far in this race. And again, showing the customers, you know, how it's done almost, if you will, showing them he's still got it.
Presentation of the product.
There you go. There you go. And putting the product out in front, that's the biggest thing for him. So here we go for Greg Welch. Just 2 corners to go, and the 445. Pretty sure he's going to sleep well tonight, right? With a good couple of results under his belt. Greg Welch winning flawlessly on Saturday. The 445 of Welch wins heat race number 2 to Kozak, to Mir, to Howie, to Brent Harper, your top 5. Kogan Wright, Mosey, 6th and 7th. Mosey, unfortunately, you saw the incident for him at the start. The same for Janae Din and Pierce Baldus, unfortunately, not going to finish this one out in 9th. Your unofficial results here in heat race number 2. That should be it. In a couple of moments, 206 Junior getting ready to go green.
Sun's starting to set here over the Texas horizon as we start to reach the twilight of the 2025 Texas Sprint Racing Series season. As here's how they'll line up for heat number 2 for Briggs 206 Junior Rodrigo Pelaya on pole alongside Nico Orbezo, Sawyer Chambers, and Mia Johnson rounding out your second row.
Yeah, stagnant heat races, it'll be more of the same all throughout this field. A couple of drivers looking for a little bit more, the likes of Dean Guerrier, Brandon Green, seeing a couple of better results. Sawyer Chambers, talk about championship. Started off on the right foot here in this one to get himself that win in heat race number 1. We'll see if he can repeat the same. Again, hopefully you guys found your favorite drivers, see where they're starting here to cap off their night. All presented by TB Kart USA. After them, the 2 groups of KA Senior get ready to hit the racetrack. But we're ready to go racing. Again, last 2 on the Saturday as we get ready to kick this one off. Let's talk about drop weekends for these couple of drivers. Sawyer Chambers, he's going to have his at NOLA. Unfortunately for him, it was a year where he really hadn't finished outside of the podium. Unfortunately, that came down to it at NOLA and wasn't able to join his fellow competitors. For the likes of Paloya, only finished 3rd. To Guerrier, who's buried in this field at the moment, like we said, down in 9th. One driver actually dove into the pits early with maybe some sort of issue, you got to assume, putting him out of contention early. But again, you look at the championship standings where it's Chambers to Paloya to Guerrier, and that's been one of the biggest things just to keep an eye on, as we will do here. They've been close throughout the weekend. Green flag in the air. We're racing in 206 Junior.
And Orbezo will lead them in the run to the first of the hairpins. Early pressure there. But man, big drop back from Rodrigo Pelaya way back now into 4th. That's allowed Chambers and Johnson to slither on through and get into the podium spots. But great opportunity here for a points haul for Orbezo in that top of Burrell ART machine.
Yeah, Paloya in the Burrell as Orbezo's down in 4th. Levi Meter, they're just right in between them all. They're side by side. Orbezo now gets himself through for 3rd. As everybody else single file. Mia Johnson, now she's falling under fire to Brandon Green on the TB cart. As Green wasn't able to get clear, but again, pressure definitely on for him as Paloya works his way through, as well as everybody else. And everybody going that little bit wide there in turn number 11. Able to hold on to it. Looks like we were able to keep all of them at the start of this one. I think, unfortunately, for Masad in the 377, wasn't able to take the start here.
Some spinal realignment there for Orbezo and company. Here's a look for the lead as the 345 Chambers tries to get to the point. Pelaya with the crossover. Here comes Nico, who wants to make it 3 wide, goes very deep and sets up the crossover. Gets 1, has a potential for 2. He'll slot in right behind Pelaya. What a move from that Tony Kart.
Yeah, that's a great move there out of Nico Orbezo to get through. Paloya, unfortunately, falls back to 3rd. Sawyer Chambers in the lead.
Here comes Levi Miedor trying to get the over-under here in the last of the hairpins, right on the tail of Rodrigo Pelaya. Starts to become a 2-kart breakaway out in front with Orbezo and that 345 of Sawyer Chambers. So 4-kart freight train with just a little bit further back, Mia Johnson working with Brandon Green to try and get a couple of seats at this table out in front. 3.5 minutes to go in our 206 Junior heat. Still 2 more after this, both of them KA 100 Senior. Will split them up into halves, and that will end our Saturday evening here at Dallas Karting Complex. Again, Jackson Lambros alongside Caleb Viesca. So happy you're joining your Saturday evening with us, whether you're with us trackside or around the world on Kart Chaser Premium. And it is Nico Orbezo who's able to get that 308 to the point with a move on that Intrepid.
Yeah, it's getting closer here as well. Looking at the track, I would still assume the majority of these drivers are on those wet tires, but you're not seeing those rooster tails out anymore either. You kind of got to start thinking about it, right? Especially if you're one of the KA seniors. Do you gamble? Do you know, take that chance?
Can still see the moisture built there by those yellow cones, especially on the driver's left-hand side. You look just on the runoff area there, still some pretty solid-sized puddles here as we just saw a move there, I believe. Battle for third and fourth around the outside. Miedor able to snatch third from Pelaya, make it a done deal. As they continue to go back and forth, you're going to need to see some collaboration between these two if they want to get to the top two, or Bezo and Chambers. There was a big slide there, though, from Miodor, still keeping that door open for Pelaya. A little bit further back here, as took a quick glance at Francisco Reyes, Brandon Wolf, Titan Cookson, and others in the battle for the top 10.
Yeah, and here we go. Reyes just right there with Dean Guerrier right behind him in 8th. So everybody just starting to show that little bit of pace. Or Bezo, again, we saw him fall back, claw his way back up to the front. Chambers, Meter, Poloya all right there. So this is, again, another swing the way of Chambers when you talk championship here. Just consistently, you know, keeping it up. The results that he's had so far throughout the year. And it was really, NOLA just didn't treat him well at all. We'll see if this can be any better for Sawyer Chambers. With really a good points haul on this Saturday that's treated him quite well, Jackson, to say the least here.
You rewind the clock to round 3 at Kart Moto. Phenomenal battle between Chambers and Miedor, and we'll be hoping Rod Pelaya will use that bumper to help reignite that fight that we saw a couple months back. But again, a lot of these guys, a lot of experience racing with one another. You get that level of, I like to call it forced camaraderie in 206, right? You need to work together to win, to get a lead. You always need two to tango. You need someone else to kind of push yourself to victory. But you got to battle with that guy for the lead if you want that insurance. 10 seconds to go here in the 206 Junior Secondary Heat. 3-car pack just a little bit further back as one of the TV carts at the tail end there. That's Holton Edwards with Brendan Wolf, Titan Cookson. So your battle for the top 10 right here with Wolf P10 in the middle. Late look there from Holton Edwards and is able to get it.
Yeah, there you go. A couple of movers in that mid-pack. Wolf right there making moves. Cookson right ahead of him. Now the same for Wolf. Or sorry, I just said Wolf. Edwards right there. So a good number of drivers in this mix that you see on your screen here. You look up front, no change inside of the top 5 as they go side by side here further back. But again, Edwards is right behind them with Cookson in the CRG. But like some more Bezo, they're just about to get the 2.6 in the air, and they get it now. So 2 laps to go left in heat race number 2. And you see this pack further back. Dean Guerrier finally able to get ahead of Francisco Reyes, and they're starting to close in on Mia Johnson, who just put a tire off the racetrack in a turn number 11. And she knows it, right? Seeing where everybody's at, checking the shoulders. As Johnson able to stay ahead, Francisco able to get ahead of Dean Guerrier now. And it shows you, right? Mia just quick to look over the shoulder, see who's there, and able to close that door quickly.
So back and forth we go here with Dean and Mia, and that 375 machine trying another lunge and is just able, the 305 just able to clear as Francisco Reyes is on the move. Make that potentially another spot here as an attempt of a crossover. Further back, that's the 333 CRG of Johnson under fire. As Dean Guerrier going to go straight on through. Not if Mia has anything to say about it. Still can't find enough pace there. And Dean going to slot on through for 6th.
Yeah, white flag in the air. 1 lap to go on what's been a weekend where Sawyer Chambers has been able to claw back at a championship that just got a little bit too close for comfort, if you will, coming into the weekend where Rodrigo Paloya was able to put himself back on the podium. Chambers with a good result as he's looking to close off a Saturday afternoon with a win and a second place to IKF Grand National Champion Nico Orbezo in the 308. We'll see how it all plays out. Here, a couple of corners to go, but tomorrow everything's going to change, right? You talk about the rain that we had today. That's all out of the picture. That's all to the wayside, if you will, in the horizon. And tomorrow it's going to be dry. Heat race number 3 at 8 a.m. and the main event. And I tell you what, Jackson, if we had any doubts, to me, just keep an eye on the racetrack. It seems like they've been answered. It's going to be slick tire racing when we get into KA Senior. But for Nico Orbezo, final corner, checkered flag in the air. Orbezo wins heat race number 2. Chambers in second. Meter, Paloya, Green, your top 5.
Drag race to the line further back.
Dean Guerrero, Francisco Reyes. Guerrero able to capitalize in 6th. 7th for Reyes. And again, I just look at it. I look at the racing line. That looks like we're about dry. I'm not out there. I'm not driving, but those lap times, again, they were at 110s earlier throughout the day. We'll see the progression here to be quite frank. 110s stayed the same, but it looks like for the most part, everybody on grid look like they don't want to gamble. It looks like wet tires maybe for everybody. French, that's for sure. A set of wets. That's wets as well for Jose Carlos Hernandez. So I don't know. I think he too might be maybe the first of the sessions that we do see under wet weather racing.
I'm with you though. I think you're right on that commitment point.
Keep an eye on it though, right? You have the majority of the drivers up front starting on wets, but I'm gonna be curious to see them roll out. Who is going to take the gamble? Who decided to be a little bit different than everybody else, taking that gamble to go on slicks? Again, what do you have to lose, right? Besides a championship, but you know, what do you got to lose here this weekend? If you aren't there, you could, you know, I tell you what, you get yourself on some slicks. That's a one-way ticket to earn yourself some good airtime if you're able to get there. So
it's high risk,
and it's also high reward. Very high reward. And that could be, you know, a weekend changer for a lot of drivers. So we'll keep an eye on it as they roll out of the grid. But if you're in Heat 2, you know, if you're a driver in Heat race number 2 here for the second half of the KE Seniors, you're glued to the racetrack. You've got your eyes peeled.
You got to be, right?
So, you know, keep the carts on a stand and keep a set of slick tires nearby, because I think we might be there now even. So we'll see. We'll see for Jose Carlos Hernandez, for Jake French, the first time they're meeting on the racetrack here this weekend since really Speed Sports Racing Park, where they went back and forth throughout heat racing action in the heats in the rain there at Speed Sports. So they find themselves here once again. But we await to get confirmation that the track is clear. And again, it looks like for the most part, everybody on wets. Curious to see if our man Taylor Burris was able to get an eye on if anybody chose to gamble here. That being said, A versus B gets set to go green with Jose Carlos Hernandez and Jake French on that front row. McKeithen and Adrian Cruz on row number 2. Landon Skinner and James Overbeck going to be on row number 3 with Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting alongside Joey Friend. Michael Haymans and Preston Pico, your top 10 starters, your top 5 rows.
Looking further back, Dylan Archer trying to shoot his way further forward from that number 11 spot alongside Beckett Friesen. John Burke alongside Kurt Goodson. Santiago Duran in 15th alongside Afton Willander. Maui Angel, Max Longeman, Lucas Fink, Ethan Gonzalez rounding out your top 20 with Grayson Ball, Addy Bamru, Andrew Aldelta, and Jeffrey Pearson rounding out your field of 24. We'll do it for 5 minutes and 2 laps, and then we'll do it again here for the C versus D.
I think we're back to normal distance now for these drivers. It should be about 7 minutes, I believe, plus 2 laps here in this race. 6 minutes plus 2 laps, apologies there, in this in these last 2 heat races of the day and of the evening. Again, sun starting to set. Lights are on here at the Dallas Karting Complex. Clear visors are out as well. Jose Carlos Hernandez really needing a good result here in heat race number 2 to keep his championship hopes alive, because Jesus Vasquez Jr. had an answer, and again, Jose Carlos found himself facing the wrong way at the end of the first heat race. But here we go, into the tram lines for Jose Carlos on the red speed on the inside, for French on the factory cart on the outside. Green flag in the air. We're racing in KA Senior.
Hernandez going to be the first to the apex. Watch Jake French as he goes middle, trying to defend. Looks like Aiden Cruz just barely able to eke out P3. Here's a big lunge further back, though, as one of the trackside carts tries to make a move.
Yeah, Preston Pico there. Jesus Vasquez now side by side with McKeith, and everybody in this mid-pack side by side. Goodson was in a 3-wide battle there, but up front, a little bit of a quieter start this time around, with Hernandez leading this field away. French in second. And you see them kind of still trying to take the full wet line. I'm not sure if we really got one here. A side-by-side with Landon Skinner. Didn't benefit Skinner all too much there, or French.
Skinner still lurking in the shadows. Again, always been the guy that's waited for the right time to strike, building slowly, heat by heat, for that right opportunity. And that is Pico around the outside.
A Skinner there,
or excuse
able
me,
to
yes,
get through
Skinner
on Jake French for the second spot. And I think a little bit different of what we saw. French was, you know, still driving that really full wet line, going wide throughout some of the corners, where I think almost that normal racing line will benefit a little bit more. I mean, exception this corner where they're all going wide. But it's just a matter of testing, right? Maybe what was faster earlier on today under those full wet conditions, this is going to be faster now. That'll be one of the biggest things that I'm interested to see. Who's gambling, right? Who's looking to find that little bit of more speed out there on the track? Because now Burke able to get through on Beckett Friesen after a nightmare qualifying pretty much for John Burke, having to work his way through this field in the heat races.
How about this? Nearly 2x3 here, heading into turn number 9. As we continue to reshuffle here from 5th on back. And this is exactly what your top 3 wants. That's a big chunk out of the grass there we saw from one of our carts as it starts to heat up just a little bit. 2 of the PPG carts starting to go at it, as well as that is Overbeck and McKeithen starting to take the gloves off further back. That's for 6th. And for 7th, big lunge further back there, the 326.
Back at Friesen
926, Friesen making the move on Burke.
As they're side-by-side further back, Michael Haymans with Santi Duran, as well as one of the TB carts right in the mix of it all. I think that might be Logman in between them. I think was able to get clear, actually, there of Duran, and looked to go as well on Haymans. He was able to get clear. As now Duran side-by-side with a 958. As now Maui Angel looking to go through in the 925. Everybody just making moves. As now Angel looking to go on Duran. He's able to get clear. Jake French just found that time that he was missing at the start of the race. A 104.237 for French. So already starting to improve here. But up front, change for the lead. Landon Skinner able to get clear of Jose Carlos Hernandez. So that's the first change we've seen, the first time we've seen Skinner lead this weekend as well.
Pace starting to come alive for Jake French. Just put down the fastest lap of 104.237. That's a big moment there. Michael Haymans out in, I believe that's turn 3.
That's turn 1.
Or excuse me, yes, turn 1 quickly. Gets back into that cart, so thankfully able to get that running. Once again, a little bit further back, late lunge there on the 9:39, that's a late lunge there from Dylan Archer, but it goes in far too deep there.
Yeah, McKeithen able to stay ahead. Now Friesen looking to challenge. Is Archer going to look to hold on to the inside? He is able to get clear. And now Friesen looking to respond again into turn number 10. Not able to get it nose down low. But Burke, he is able to start to close in 10th. Look to make up a little bit more time. Overbeck, McKeithen, not much out of the two of them just yet. Haven't made too much headway. Same can be said about Jesus Vasquez Jr., a much quieter second heat race for him in these mixed conditions, if you will.
Reckon that's probably what he wants, considering the way his first heat went.
Ended up benefiting him in the end, but like a less action-packed way to end your Saturday.
There you go. So 2 positions gained so far for Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yellow flags throughout the chicane. I'm curious to see. Looks like all of our leaders are okay. Look like maybe one driver further back that had an off-track excursion there.
Yeah, McKeithen just
slid by. Yeah, one driver, it looks like maybe no brakes there for one of the Tony karts. Yeah, something big happened further back in the field, because it looked like Logan was one of those drivers as well. That was 15. Actually just went up to 14. But yeah, something big happened in that mid-pack. We just missed it there, but up front, Landon Skinner with 20 seconds to go. This has been a good second heat race with a 9:17 for Jose Carlos, for Jake French. They've been going back and forth. French looking on the inside now. Jose Carlos can't get clear.
Jake French walked you through the brand new factory car, all the work the folks in Arizona have done to prepare that 936 car, not just for this, but for setting the road to Super Nationals, for road tax, for setting in the next generation of factory carts. A night and day difference from those first gens, and has really, really unraveled the pace.
And again, they were still fast.
Machine.
I mean, that first generation, right off the, Billy's garage really was still very, very fast. You look back at last year, Billy Rannon, K Senior, Jake French run up at the front, especially here. And then again, that next iteration came out. It's just, perfecting something that was already good, but getting it better, right? And you're seeing that coming to fruition here this weekend for Jake French. A testament to the development that they've done really throughout the year to get that chassis a little bit better, but just improving something that wasn't broken, but that could have been better for sure. Room for growth, which is the biggest thing for them nonetheless. As you look here at this pack, McKeithen, unfortunately, just lost his 7th position, looking to get it back. He's going side by side with Beckett Friesen.
Been an up and down heat for McKeithen, up and down day for McKeithen. Was knocking on the podium in the first heat, dropped 2 positions and killed kind of any of that momentum. But Landon Skinner, a couple rotations back, set the fastest lap. He's just got to do one more, and he will have, I believe, his 3rd heat victory of the year.
Yeah, this will be good for Landon Skinner. Again, as far as average goes as well, this should be a good result for him to cap off a good Saturday. For Jake French, same can be said. Get himself within a good average finish to try and capitalize this weekend and put himself within a good starting spot for the main event. And still one more heat race for these KA seniors tomorrow. And for Jose Carlos, 3rd, it looks like that's all it's going to be. Adrian Cruz right there in 4th, with Jesus Vasquez Jr. as, again, looks like one driver was that Tony kart again that we saw off the racetrack earlier. And I'm not sure if that's a Delta or maybe even Pearson in the 919. That's off. But for Landon Skinner, this is a good result. What have we seen throughout the year? That consistency shining bright here in Dallas to end that second heat race, A versus B. Skinner gets the win over Jake French and Jose Carlos Hernandez.
Aiden Cruz home in 4th. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Adrian Cruz, over Jesus Vasquez Jr. James Overbeck in 6th, with Beckett Friesen in 7th. Chris McKeithen in 8th. Josh Berth Josh Burke in 9th with Dylan Archer, rounding out your top 10. Gonna re-rack them really quickly, and we'll do it one more time under the lights here at Dallas. Stay with us.
Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. And then again, cooler temperatures here to cap off the night, Jackson. And that K senior race really kind of confused me because it looked like we were getting that dry line, and even then, I'm not sure if it was just the fact that they were on the wets that just didn't benefit them all that much, and we're not going to get a good look this one either with not much lighting under the grid. But I'm curious to see if somebody gambled, that's going to be a huge difference, and you're going to see that play out here in this second heat race.
If you're one of your championship 3 in KA100 senior, does that even come up as a thought?
I think for sure you're kind of, you ask yourself that question. But if you're in the championship 3, it's a little different, right? You got to do what everybody else is doing, and then you find yourself hoping to do it that little bit better. But yeah, just very, very dark on that grid. I'm not going to get a good look until they hit the track. But I'm really curious to see who, if anybody, wanted to take the gamble here. And here we go, the second group getting ready to hit the racetrack. By the looks of it, still hard to see, but the second half, C versus D, getting ready to go green, with Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield on that front row. Aiden Rudolph and Ibrahim Din share row number 2, with Cohen Summers and Justin Music on row number 3. Tyler Roberts and Sawyer Roussel on row number 4, with Spencer Smith and Donovan Bonilla, your top 10 starters.
Jake Faulkner going to lead him off from 11th alongside Ian Howell. Spencer Curry in 13th alongside Taylor Roddy for row 7. Hansa Ombar alongside Frederick Manning. Then you look back to Jacob Kappel and James Good, David Aya and Remy Engel rounding out your top 20, with Ryan Collins, Brooke Eady, Dallas Dunlop, and Louis Pagano rounding out your second 24 cart deep field. Last one of the day, and we see it there. Some of the guys taking the inside line, showing us just how much water has actually stagnated on the track in just a couple of areas.
But it's not on the racing line. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm with you on that. I am.
We're over here armchair quarterbacking more than anything else. For us, it's almost like, put me in, coach. Put me in, coach.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, we're not out there, right? And for a good reason. That is. But no. That being said, it'll be something to watch. If anybody is on that slick tire, it's gonna be evident from the start, and you'll see a big difference whether it's forwards or whether it's backwards. And again, that'll be our diagnosis, if you will, of the quote-unquote problem. That being said, dark on our cameras, but it is very well lit out there on the racetrack. Green flag in the air. We're racing for the final time on Saturday in 2025. One driver round in front of the field.
And somehow, some way, that remains a one-car incident, as Peyton Phillips will continue to lead them, heading out. Big flick early on, one of the red speeds taking a big lunge there into turn number 5, but it is still Phillips out in front, with Stanfield and Rudolph battling there. The two CRGs going at it, another kart around.
So apologies there for that. Just trying to get confirmation, looking out of our window of who exactly was the driver that went around, and it was Alex Stanfield on the GWR. He's at the back of the pack, spun in front of the field. Up front, it's Peyton Phillips with Rudolph right behind him. And again, just unfortunate for Alex Stanfield. He's at the back as one driver, James Good, into the wall into turn number 8 here in the infield. But Phillips out in front with Rudolph. Tyler Roberts, or actually Sawyer Roussel right there with Cohen Summers with a dream start for him to get himself inside of the top 5 into 4th, now looking to make a move.
Trying to go even further forward right now with a move on Roussel. And you've got Summers and Music right there as well. Here's a look as Music tries to run on the outside of that CRG, gets back in line, now tries the over-under, and we continue to hustle and bustle from 5th on back.
From Cohen Summers behind him. They're side by side through the field. There's Bonilla with Music. They're going through, and again, he's able to stay ahead. Bonilla able to get clear of Justin Music. Ibrahim Din right behind him. He's further down the order. Faulkner right there as well. But again, this one just getting that a little bit closer inside of this mid-pack for Rudolph and for Phillips. They are with a bit of a gap in between the two as Faulkner now looking to make moves into turn number 1. He's clear on Din.
Now looking for Music as he continues to try and work forward. Big lunge further back. So hard to tell.
Yeah, and that looked to be one of the Pantanos there. I believe that could have been Smith in the 11 maybe. In that Pantano is side by side. Roberts into the rear of Justin Music into the chicane. And again, that one just getting a little too close for comfort there for Justin Music as he parked it on the brakes. Faulkner now taking advantage inside of Roberts. Looking to stay ahead, looking to get clear. Roberts looking to get that over-under. Inside now for Tyler. Outside for Faulkner. And it's just a game of chicken here as we get to the last corner. And Faulkner, just telling Roberts to kind of slow her down just a little bit as Roberts is able to get clear. So that's close in between the two. We work our way onto the front stretch now. Bonilla to Music to Faulkner. Roberts, Pagano with a good recovery. He's already up to 9th. Smith, the 905 Pantano, gets himself inside of the top 10.
Missed it earlier on, but Alan Rudolph making that move for 2nd and just at the fastest lap, a 104.710, just about a 10th and change quicker than Peyton Phillips, less than half a second separating those two on track. So
well, that was at the start, right? Samfield got spun in front of the field, and Aiden just able to get ahead of everybody else. And again, that gap has been closing down just a little bit. They're half a second. It's starting to close. Cohen Summers in 3rd. That's the pass that we missed there. Summers was able to get ahead of Roussel. So that's a good move for 3rd there. The 913 of Cohen. Again, home track for him. Able to get clear and through for 3rd. But up front, the gap for the lead is closing down significantly. Rudolph starting to inch his way closer to the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips. And this could be back-to-back heat race victories for Rudolph, which would leave him with a shot to ultimately be one of the favorites to start on the pole position tomorrow afternoon. But here we go. Rudolph starting to inch his way closer to Phillips into turn number 5. Nothing yet for the Kart CRG USA machine.
Tucked right behind that 907 and really becoming a 2-kart breakaway now. Nearly 2 seconds the gap between 2nd and 3rd as you just see Cohen Summers and Sawyer Russell come into view there, followed by a big freight train further on back. But again, this is the study session we saw earlier for Aiden when he was behind the wheel of the shifters. It's the exact same method now, but again, drier track, slower cars, maybe a little bit more opportunity, couple more chances maybe to really get aggressive here.
Yeah, and here we go. Aiden starting to close in. About 3 laps to go left in this race. He's trying to go turn 2, maybe. He's going to stay in line. Yeah, it's getting a lot closer, right? Lap by lap, he's finding those margins. It's just a matter of when he finds that comfort, right? When he finds that line that he's going to make a move that sticks, really. That's one of the biggest things. A couple of notables here in that mid-pack. We talked about Pagano working his way up to 9th. Curious to see where Alex Sandfield finds himself now. He's up to 19th, so this heat race, unfortunately, going to be a wash on his return to racing action this weekend at the Texas Spin Racing Series.
But this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Peyton Phillips, who again holds the lead of this race. As here could be a change, and Alan Rudolph, Aiden Rudolph, excuse me, with a big lunge there, is just able to take it. But Peyton Phillips immediately trying to get on the attack. It'll be the twin sticks this time by. And for the first time, Aiden Rudolph gets to the point.
Yeah, first time in this heat race, that is. But again, just been getting himself that little bit closer, right? Seems comfortable in these mixed conditions. And he's just been that 10th better than Peyton Phillips. And that's really been the difference maker for Aiden throughout this one to get clear. So he's able to go by and, again, take the lead of the race. And like I said earlier, right, 2 races that would put him up at the front, which should be a good average for him to be one of the favorites for the pole position in the main event later on the weekend. Unfortunately for Peyton, actually, he looked for a move there in a turn 5. Just let Aiden know, right, I'm still here. I'm well within a shot of taking this lead back if I wanted to. And again, just isn't going to make it overzealous move for sure on a weekend that's treated Peyton quite well.
First time we've seen Aiden Rudolph at the point tonight. He needs one more lap to do it. And fortunately for Peyton Phillips, who really needs a big point payday to keep his championship hopes alive, has a handful of opportunities. First hairpin here, still not enough. Matter of fact, Rudolph able to really get a little bit of breathing room here as we work our way into the S's. But again, we start to work onto the middle sector here. Still a handful of opportunities. Can Rudolph hold on?
Yeah, we'll see. I really think Phillips is just that little bit too far back to try and make a move attempt on the 979. And again, we'll watch it as it gets closer and closer to the end. But a Saturday that's treated Rudolph, I think, as best as it's could, right? Picked up the leftovers in heat race number 1, heat race number 2. Was consistently improving. And he's able to get the win in heat 2 to close off this Saturday afternoon. Peyton Phillips across the line to finish second, to Summers, to Roussel, to Bonilla. Your top 5.
Good day to end our action there. As you look further back with Justin Music, Jake Faulkner, Louis Pagano, Tyler Roberts, and Spencer Smith rounding out your top 10. We'll do it again starting tomorrow morning with no warm-ups, and then it's time for the big show, main events right after.
Yeah, again, like you said there, Jackson, bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're behind the paywall. Those of you that joined us here tonight, we'll see you tomorrow. For those of you in the paddock, we'll see you here in a couple of moments at our banquet that's being held just in the middle of the paddock near the registration barn. We'll see you guys all there. For those of you guys that joined us at home, we thank you guys for being a part of the action, and I'm sure we'll be excited to see you guys tomorrow. Heat race number 3 and main event time in Championship Sunday. It's time to crown some new number 1s in 2025. And as well, those free tickets to Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2-cycle classes. We'll see who gets it. But we're excited to see it all play out. Here from all of us at Kart Chase, from myself, Caleb Vieska, from Jackson Lambros, the entire hard-working TSRS crew, we thank you for joining us on this Saturday of the fall finale. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.